Chapter 261. Needless to say, 4 pips was in the time-stop space. 5 pips was not commonly used, mainly because he did not dare to roll his die in a crowded area. The duration was also too short, only 10 seconds. However, once used properly it was not easy. 6 pips was always unexpected and it could greatly increase one's strength. It even had such an unexpected effect. However, while other people's innate gifts could be used in the trial zones, his own die could not. Was it only in the trial zones or did it not work in other similar places? This was very important. Ghost Monkey, let me ask you a question, Lu Yin said. The monkey was pleased with himself. Now you know how great I am. Ask away and don't block me out for no reason. You said before that the trial zones are the legacy of the rune technology, so why can people use their innate gifts there? Lu Yin asked. Innate gifts are a part of the body, so of course they can be used. Why? Do you want to analyze it again? Even the powerhouses of the human domain can't do it, let alone you. Are there any innate gifts that can't be used? Lu Yin asked. The monkey paused. I've never heard of such a thing. The rune technology is definitely powerful and they can copy any person, any technique, or even any innate gift. There's no such thing as an innate gift that can't be copied. What if there is? Lu Yin pressed on. The monkey replied, if there is, it only proves that the person's innate gift is too powerful, and it's beyond the scope of the rune technology's understanding. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He did not doubt this at all, as he was well aware of how powerful his die was. Are you the one whose innate gift can't be used in the trial zones? The monkey probed. Lu Yin answered, it's not me. It's someone else. Who? The monkey was shocked. Impossible. There's nothing that the rune technology can't copy. They can even copy the stars of the universe. How do you know so much about them? I told you before that I like to explore ancient ruins. There are records of all these things. Is that so? Lu Yin did not believe it. The monkey knew too much, but he had been able to dodge every time he probed. Lu Yin did not trust the monkey, and the monkey did not ask about his innate gift again. Not long after, a set of coordinates was sent to Lu Yin's gadget from the Sandmaster. Head to the coordinates and participate in the Outerverse trial. Lu Yin stood up. The trial had finally begun. From the very beginning, this trial had been unfair to everyone else. All that mattered was that he could return alive, but if his goal was to obstruct the Day-Night clan, then things would be different. Lu Yin had a plan in mind that might require him to use Wuxia's identity. Soon after, he arrived at the treasury to meet with Old Kai. Old Kai, I'm going to participate in a trial in the Outerverse. Can I apply for a personal spacecraft? Lu Yin asked awkwardly. His personal spacecraft had disappeared at the pirate port, and he had no idea where it had gone. Old Kai was very unhappy. You can't even protect your own things well. Be careful that you don't lose your life one day. Go. Remember, it's just a loan. If you lose it, you have to return it. He didn't mind. Most personal spacecraft only cost about 10,000 star crystals, which he could afford. Although he had been to the Dark Mistweave before, the universe's weather was ever-changing, and he had to change his route frequently. It would take him 19 days to travel from Astral 10 to the coordinates, which wasn't too long. He thought for a moment, and the giant emperor's third eye appeared in his palm. He looked at the starry sky, infused his body with battle force, and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. Time slowly passed, and soon 18 days had passed. Lu Yin's personal spacecraft had traveled through 6 filaments. Lu Yin had originally planned to find a place to stop and roll his die, but after some thought he decided to leave it in the Xinwu continent to prevent any accidents from happening. Another day passed, and Lu Yin arrived at an isolated region in space according to the coordinates. From time to time, strange ripples would sweep through the area, and this region of space would be severed. Lu Yin passed through the identity verification and successfully entered. He saw a giant space station that was completely made of metal. It looked like a steel castle that floated in space, and it was even larger than a super-large spacecraft. Terrifying auras filled the air, all of which belonged to space-exploring powerhouses. Many of them were very obscure, but they still caused Lu Yin's scalp to go numb. These were powerhouses that he couldn't even begin to imagine. This was the front station for the invasion of the Xinwu continent. Because of this space station, the Xinwu continent would never dare to appear. A middle-aged man greeted Lu Yin. His name was Song Yu and he was an explorer. I never thought that I would be able to meet student Lu, one of the top 4 of the Astral Combat Tournament. It's an honor, Song Yu said with a smile. His tone was very polite. He was just an ordinary explorer who had been born and raised in the Dark Mistweave. He had never been to the Innerverse and had never had the opportunity to enter an advanced institution like the Astral Combat Academy. Lu Yin smiled. No matter how strong an ordinary cultivator was, the difference in their status was very obvious. Even if Lu Yin wasn't a match for this person would still be obedient to him. Besides, Lu Yin was confident that he could defeat this ordinary explorer. Even Zitai, an explorer realm astral beast that was known for its defense, had been forced back by him. There's no need to be so polite, Lord Songyu. I'll have to trouble Lord Songyu to explain the situation of the Xinwu continent, Lu Yin said with a smile. Songyu nodded and smiled. Student Lu must have already investigated the Xinwu continent before coming here, so there's no need for me to explain the general situation. I'll just tell you a few things that you need to pay attention to. He paused and saw that Lu Yin was listening attentively. The first is your attire. The Xinwu continent's attire is retro, and will provide you with clothes that you can change into. Lu Yin looked over and blinked, but he didn't see anything. Songyu smiled. There's a particle camera in my palm that can be installed in a person's muscle tissue without being detected. During the trial, all gadgets and other technologies must be removed, as the Xinwu continent is hostile to interstellar civilizations. If you're discovered by them, you'll definitely die and no one will be able to save you. I've heard of this before, Lu Yin said. Songyu nodded and continued. The third thing is star energy. The star energy that we cultivate is different from the martial power that the Xinwu continent cultivates. Student Lu, it's best that you hide in the wilderness when you reach the Xinwu continent and disperse your star energy to cultivate your martial power while ensuring your own safety. Otherwise, you'll be discovered by the Xinwu continent's specialized organizations, and if you're discovered, you'll be wiped out immediately. Lu Yin knew that Songyu was talking about the Ming constables, but why didn't he just say that directly? After thinking about it, he understood. This was a trial and it was impossible to explain everything clearly. The purpose of the trial was to select the strongest, and it wasn't a true experience. Death was all too common, and the trial's purpose was to select the strongest. The fourth thing is that the trial's results will be determined based on the results of the particle camera, and it will be up to the trial takers to figure out how to improve their results. However, Student Lu should know that there are 2 eternal missions related to the Xinwu continent, and completing either of them will be a great achievement, Songyu said with a hopeful tone. I believe that Student Lu has a high chance of completing them. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Lord Songyu thinks too highly of me. I'm only a Lemiter. Songyu praised. Ever since the Xinwu continent was discovered, there has been an endless stream of trial takers, but no one has been able to complete the 2 missions. However, I believe that Student Lu will be able to complete them. Your spectacular battles during the Astral Combat Tournament were truly shocking. Lu Yin smiled and did not say anything else. In a moment, we'll invite a powerhouse to tear open a crack and send Student Lu to the Xinwu continent. The landing point will be in one of the 36 continents of the Xinwu Empire. Because we can't completely control the landing point, Student Lu must be prepared. It's not like there hasn't been a case where you've been discovered as soon as you land, Songyu said solemnly. Lu Yin nodded. Then how will I return? I'll provide you with a few locations that are well hidden. Next time we'll send a powerhouse to retrieve all the trial takers from those locations. Then why don't you just send them to one of those locations? The location changes and it can't be used again. The people of the Xinwu continent will discover it and everyone's landing point will be different. This is to ensure safety. Lu Yin understood that this was a war. He silently reminded himself that although this was a war between the humans, to the people of the Xinwu continent, they were invaders. This was no different from the war between the human domain and the astral beast domain. At this moment, Songyu's gadget beeped. He glanced at it and was shocked. Someone from the Blaze Realm is here. Are they also sending someone to participate in the trial? The Blaze Realm? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Who from the Blaze Realm is here? Someone called Eriker. Right, isn't he the one who was defeated by Astral 8's leader during the Astral Combat Tournament? Songyu suddenly remembered and apologized to Lu Yin. Please wait a moment while I bring him over. Many people are needed to enter the Shenwu continent, and it's very difficult to tear open a crack every time. Lu Yin nodded and watched Song Yu leave. His eyes flickered. Someone from the Blaze realm was here as well. He wondered what Song Yu's expression would be when he saw him. It was not strange for someone from the Blaze realm to participate in the Outerverse trial. Eriker was the strongest member of the Blaze realm's younger generation, so it was normal for him to be sent here. He was much more arrogant than Lu Yin, and he was not very polite to Song Yu. In his eyes, an ordinary explorer like Song Yu was not worthy of his attention. Someone like that had to curry favor with the Astral River Flow Zone envoy before entering the Innerverse. Song Yu could also sense Eriker's arrogance, but he did not mind. Every trial involved encountering young geniuses from the Innerverse and Outerverse, so it did not matter much to him. On the other hand, it would be strange for someone like Lu Yin to be so polite to him. Student Eriker, there's another student who came before you. After a few more people we can head to the Shenwu continent, Song Yu said with a smile. Eriker grunted. Who's here? You should know him. He's also a student from the Astral Combat Academy, Lu Yin. Eriker stopped and looked at Song Yu in astonishment. What did you say? Lu Yin? He's here? Yes, he arrived about 10 minutes earlier than you. Song Yu smiled. Eriker's expression turned ugly as he did not want to travel with Lu Yin. Everyone would be enemies during the trial, and he would rather travel with an explorer that he did not know than provoke Lu Yin. He knew about the enmity between the Blaze Realm and Astral 10. Eriker thought about it and said, I'll wait a few days before heading to the Shenwu continent. You guys can arrange for Lu Yin to go first. Chapter 262. After hearing Eriker's words, Song Yu was put in a difficult position. That won't do. Lord Tyrael said that as long as we gather 5 people we have to go. Those are the rules of the trial. Eriker frowned and followed behind Song Yu, quickly spotting Lu Yin. Lu Yin saw Eriker as well and smiled. Are you the only one from the Blaze realm going to the trial? Eriker, who had once arrogantly challenged the Realm Master, did not show any signs of arrogance in front of Lu Yin. Aside from his slightly ugly expression, he appeared rather calm. Just me. Jared isn't going? Lu Yin asked. Eriker shook his head. He's not going. Lu Yin did not ask any more questions. Although his conflict with the Blaze realm was not as deep as his with the Day-Night clan, it was still not shallow. However, now was not the time to provoke them. The Great Yu Empire was already under attack by the Ross Empire, and it would be troublesome if the Blaze realm joined in as well. Eriker did not want to be the target of Lu Yin's revenge on the Shenwu continent, so he remained silent as well. Actually, the two did not have any direct conflicts, as Jared was the one who had a direct conflict with Lu Yin. Eriker felt rather sullen and secretly cursed Jared countless times. He only hoped that this idiot's enmity with Lu Yin would not implicate him. When Song Yu saw that the two were silent, he brought them to a transparent barrier at the edge of the space station. I'll have to trouble the two of you to remove your gadgets and change into the clothes of the Shenwu continent. Once we have gathered 5 people we can set off. Lu Yin and Eriker quickly changed into the clothes of the Shenwu continent. They wore long robes that exuded an ancient charm, and if they had a fan they would look like scholars. This was Lu Yin's first time wearing such ancient clothes, and it was rather novel. Eriker had a troubled expression on his face, and he would occasionally sneak glances at Lu Yin. He felt like a mouse that had been caged together with a cat, and he did not even have the courage to resist Lu Yin. 5-line battle force. Where did this freak come from? The wait did not feel good, and the space station did not allow anyone to enter or leave as they pleased. Helpless, Lu Yin sat down cross-legged and focused on cultivating. Half a day later someone arrived. When they saw Lu Yin and Eriker they were stunned. They recognized them but they did not say anything and just walked to the side. Another person arrived shortly after. It was a woman with ordinary looks and a tall figure. She had a rather cold demeanor and she glanced at Lu Yin's group before sitting down to cultivate. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and looked to the side. Song Yu was walking over with an ashen-faced youth. Lu Yin stared at the youth with an indescribable sense of dread. This person gave him a similar feeling to Lu Xiaoqiu. Of the 4 people present, only Lu Yin felt this way. Eriker and the others didn't care about this youth at all. The 5 of you have arrived and Lord Talia will soon send all of you to Shenwu continent. I'd like to remind everyone that Shenwu continent is extremely dangerous, and there are many experts there. Although most of the experts have gathered at the 5 sealing planets to defend themselves, you still can't be careless. Over the past 1,000 years, countless trial takers have died on Shenwu continent, and the people there are no strangers to us. Lu Yin stared at the youth who had arrived at the end of the group. This person made him feel apprehensive. The youth sensed Lu Yin's gaze and turned to look at him. His colorless eyes startled Lu Yin. Why did this gaze and this feeling feel so familiar? It was similar to the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King that he had encountered on the giant planet. The young man only glanced at Lu Yin before turning his head away. Lu Yin frowned. Could it really be the Neo-Human Alliance? They already had people in the Outerverse Youth Council, so why would they send someone else? That shouldn't be the case, as there were many organizations in the universe that were as cold as the Neo-Human Alliance. There were also many techniques and some people were just that cold. It was impossible to determine whether or not this was the Neo-Human Alliance. At that moment, the transparent barrier trembled slightly as a majestic force descended. Lu Yin and the others were shocked. It was here. A crack appeared outside the barrier. It was very small, but it was large enough for a few people to enter. Go in immediately, someone shouted in their ears. Erica rushed in without hesitation and Lu Yin followed closely behind. The moment his body touched the spatial crack, he felt an intense tearing force. Honestly, he didn't like this method of entering as it was too dangerous, but he had no other choice. Suddenly, a palm appeared in the void and viciously slapped towards Lu Yin's group. Their pupils shrank. A terrifying powerhouse had descended, and an extreme sense of crisis was looming over them. Mingzhao, you can't stop me. There was a furious roar as another palm appeared beside Lu Yin and collided with the previous one. In an instant, the void distorted and one of the 5 who had entered was torn to pieces. Lu Yin was also affected, but fortunately the impact wasn't too strong. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to sleep for a while. Be careful and don't drag me down with you if you die, the monkey's voice rang out. The shock waves from the collision of the 2 palms swept out in all directions, scattering Lu Yin's group. Countless cracks appeared in the void and they had no idea which way to leave. However, they had no choice. The terrifying shock waves made it impossible for them to even move a finger, and they could only watch as the spatial cracks swallowed them up. Before they disappeared, Lu Yin saw a dignified man. This was the current emperor of the Shenwu Empire, Mingzhao. After disappearing from the spatial crack, Lu Yin temporarily lost consciousness. When he regained his senses and opened his eyes, he found himself in the water. What was before him was a dazzling white scene. Was this a person? He looked up and saw a devastatingly beautiful face. In that instant, Lu Yin was stunned. It was an indescribable beauty and he was almost completely immersed in it. He did not know if there were any artists in this world who could preserve such beauty, but if they could not, then it would be an eternal regret. Within a room there was a wooden bucket with flower petals scattered about. A man and a woman stared at each other, both stunned. The man was completely immersed in the woman's beauty. The girl was stunned by the man's sudden appearance. Her daze lasted for a few seconds before she screamed in terror. The girl finally reacted and did the most normal thing. She screamed. Lu Yin hurriedly covered the girl's mouth with an awkward expression. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Suddenly, a group of people rushed in from outside the room. Princess. Lu Yin was about to do something when there was a loud crash from the roof. Erica crashed down, and Lu Yin reached out to grab the girl's clothes from a nearby wooden rack. He wrapped them around her and dodged with Flash, hugging her tightly. In midair, the girl stared at him blankly. Her beautiful eyes were like stars as she stared at Lu Yin's face while flower petals continued to fall around her. How dare you molest the princess? A furious voice shouted as an enormous shockwave blasted towards the falling Erica. Erica was miserable as he did not even know who the princess was. He had only just crashed down and he had even landed in a wooden bucket. Lu Yin wrapped the girl tightly and tossed her onto the bed. Sorry, he said as he covered half his face with a silk scarf and rushed out. Who dares trespass into the Reverend King's residence? Lu Yin and Erica were shocked. An explorer had to dodge quickly. There was a thump as the void trembled. A furious man rushed over and glared at Lu Yin and Eriker, who were fleeing to the sides. He raised both palms at the same time, one for each person. Eriker gritted his teeth. He was one of the top disciples of the Blaze realm, and although he had the strength to challenge those above his realms, it was different for explorers. It was too difficult for a Lemeter to challenge an explorer, but it was not a problem for him to stay alive. Endless dark gold palm. Eriker unleashed a dark flaming palm that collided with the middle-aged man's palm. The endless dark gold palm was instantly disintegrated. The middle-aged man's palm was tough and powerful, and it pierced through the void and viciously struck Eriker. Eriker's pupils shrank. How is this possible? He's just a native. With a thump, Eriker spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed to the ground. At the same time, Lu Yin also faced the middle-aged man's palm. He turned around and used a 9 stacks 15-fold shockwave palm that was supported by 5-line battle force. There was a violent boom in the void as a terrifying shockwave pressed down on the ground. Many of the pursuers were forced back, and Lu Yin borrowed the strength of the middle-aged man's palm to retreat. The middle-aged man was astonished. This kid was not simple, as Lu Yin had actually been able to withstand his palm. A large area of the house was reduced to rubble as countless people surrounded the area. The middle-aged man hurriedly rushed into the room to check on the girl's condition and dismissed his attendants. "Father." The girl looked at the middle-aged man and her eyes turned red. The middle-aged man hurriedly hugged her and nervously asked, "Yen, are you all right?" The girl shook her head and tightly wrapped herself in the blanket. "I'm fine." The middle-aged man sighed in relief. That's good. Don't worry, father will definitely not let that person off." The girl grunted in agreement. On the other side, Lu Yin had forcefully withstood the man's palm and used flash to quickly escape into the forest. This was not a city but rather the outskirts of the city. Aside from the huge house, there were also dozens of farmers in the area. Lu Yin was glad that he had not fallen into the city. Otherwise, even if he had managed to escape, he would have faced the pursuit of the Ming constables. The Ming constables had heavenly globes that specialized in detecting star energy, so it would have been very difficult for him to escape. There were no longer any pursuers and Lu Yin relaxed. He removed the veil that was covering his face and thought back to the girl from before. She had been too beautiful and he had only ever seen such a face on Bai Shui. Even Mira, Michelle, Madame Naylan and Zhou Xian paled in comparison. More importantly, the girl's pure gaze prevented Lu Yin from even thinking about taking advantage of her. It was as if he was facing the purest side of her, and it made him feel a little ashamed of his own inferiority. He looked at the veil in his hand and he could still faintly smell its fragrance. It was fresh, elegant, and intoxicating. For some reason, Lu Yin solemnly put the veil away. He did not store it in his cosmic ring but rather in his clothes. Right now the most important thing was to find martial crystals. They were similar to star crystals and could be easily absorbed to increase one's strength. As long as he had them, he would be able to disperse his star energy and use his martial power to increase his power level. This way he would not be detected by the heavenly globes, and he would be able to freely enter the city. Within the manor, Eriker's body was curled up in pain. The surrounding soldiers had all distanced themselves from him, and only one young man was looking down at him. His name was Xianxia and he was a martial king from the Reverend King's residence, which was equivalent to a Lemeter. This was a manor in the outskirts of the Reverend King's residence, and the one who had attacked Eriker was the Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu. The girl was the princess of the Reverend King's residence, Ming Yan. "Are you an outsider?" Xia's voice was low as he stared at Eriker. Chapter 263. Eriker suddenly attacked, and the surrounding black gold flames burst forth as he sent a palm strike towards Xianxia. It was still the black gold silk palm. Eriker might not be able to withstand an explorer's attack, but he did not believe that a Lemeter native would be able to withstand his attack. Xia's gaze turned cold. The spear in his hand let out a metallic sound as it pierced through the dark golden palm and into Eriker's abdomen. Blood dripped from the tip of the spear and dripped onto the ground. Eriker's face paled. How was this possible? This native was actually so powerful that he could pierce through Lu Yin's black gold silk palm with a single spear strike. This native was definitely comparable to a student leader of the Astral Combat Academy, but he was still just a native. At this moment, Lu Yin recalled the warning that the seniors from the Blaze Realm had given him. He had warned Lu Yin not to underestimate the Shenwu continent, as it was able to resist the entire dark mist weave by itself. Even an almighty powerhouse from the Innerverse had not been able to take down the entire dark mist weave. Pufferiker spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly squatted down. His abdomen had been pierced and intense pain swept through his nerves. He soon fainted. Elsewhere, the Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu walked over and looked coldly at Eriker. "Wake him up. Bring him to my study when he wakes up." "Yes, Your Highness," Tang Si respectfully replied. The moment Lu Yin entered Shenwu continent, a battle that shook the entire Frostwave weave occurred in the Great Yu Empire. A mysterious expert had attacked Undying Yushan, and the battle had destroyed more than half of the imperial capital. Xenu Star's weather had changed drastically, and a small portion of its 3 rings had collapsed. After the battle, Undying Yushan had been heavily injured, and Huqingshan had suffered light injuries. Many of the captains of the 13 imperial squadrons had also been injured, but fortunately no one had died. Not long after the battle, Undying Yushan announced that he was going into seclusion to recuperate. He summoned Doran Yushan, Wendy Yushan, and all of the Yushan family's descendants back. Everyone in the Great Yu Empire was in a state of panic. Many people were saying that Undying Yushan did not have long to live and that he was about to pass on his throne. Lu Yin was naturally among those who had been summoned back, but he had already entered Shenwu continent, so he could not see any information. In Astral 10, Silver muttered to himself, "He still can't find the bottom. Old fox, this only proves that you're one of the 7. You won't be able to escape." The cosmic sea was formed in a similar way to the galaxy. It was filled with violent liquid energy, and its area was much larger than the galaxy. Many people had speculated that the origin of the galaxy was the cosmic sea. In a corner of the raging universe ocean, a man with a weathered face was walking on a battleship. Outside the battleship was raging energy seawater, which roared from time to time. There were also unknown behemoths swimming by, emitting terrifying auras. If Lu Yin were here, he would definitely recognize this person as Uncle Ruben. Undying Yushan might really have died in the battle with the Great Yu Empire. "The assailant has yet to be identified," Ruben said in a low voice. "Is there a need to investigate? It's definitely the Neo-Human Alliance. They're the only ones who wouldn't have given up on the 7 courts." A cold voice rang out from within the ship. It was a woman's voice and her pitch was very high. "Could it be the Day-Night clan?" Ruben asked. "That's impossible. Little Yin's matter isn't enough for the Day-Night clan to mobilize a hunter. Furthermore, they're focused on expanding into the Outerverse, so they won't easily start a war. The Ross Empire's attack on the Great Yu Empire shouldn't have been caused by the Day-Night clan either. Their scope isn't that small. Right, where's Little Yin? He went to the Shenwu continent. It looks like he hasn't forgotten his original mission. We can't give up on the Great Yu Empire. If he really is one of the 7, then the implications will be too great. Once we find out who he is, we can use this information to return to the old haunt." Ruben's eyes lit up. "Understood, Captain." On the Shenwu continent there were many people coming and going on the wide roads. Above them, the 5 ceiling planets were faintly discernible. Aside from that, a giant sun emitted light that brought life and heat to the land. The chirping of cicadas made people feel drowsy. Lu Yin lay down on a large tree and looked at his palm helplessly. The Shenwu continent had its own ecosystem. Here, the power of star energy would slowly weaken, which meant that Lu Yin's strength would slowly decrease. Martial power could completely suppress star energy, and Lu Yin could tell from his exchange with that explorer that the suppression was quite severe. If not for his 5-line battle force, then he would have ended up in the same state as Eriker. It was more practical to obtain more martial crystals as soon as possible. He didn't know how Eriker was doing, but he had been captured. If he was interrogated, he would definitely be able to obtain information about Lu Yin. As he thought about it, Lu Yin used his star energy to change his appearance and no longer used his name. From now on, he would be known as Lu Qi on the Shenwu continent. This week, in the distance, a convoy slowly approached. There were quite a few people, and aside from a few servants, most of them were soldiers. They stood guard on both sides of the road with cautious expressions. Astral beasts that resembled cows pulled the carriages. They looked docile and had large bodies, so they were probably quite strong. Each beast was pulling a large pile of items covered in white cloth towards the west. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he retracted his aura before following them from the side of the forest. Half a day later, when the sun set, the convoy stopped moving. We'll reach Qiong Island's Taizong city in another half a day. Rest for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and we'll set off after that, someone ordered. Everyone in the convoy stopped to rest. The soldiers automatically dispersed and remained vigilant of their surroundings. Lu Yin took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him and used flash to hide in one of the carriages. Every carriage was covered in white cloth and he hid within it. Aside from the astral beasts pulling the carriages, no one else could sense him. A few servants were a few steps away from Lu Yin, and they were all eating their rations tiredly. This work isn't for humans. Not only do they have no money, but they also have to bring their own food and drinks. That bastard city lord should just die, one of the servants said angrily. Another person beside him sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. It's our fault for having such a city lord. Sometimes, I really wish that someone would steal these tributes and let that skinning city lord suffer. His Majesty's birthday is approaching and these are all tributes. Who would dare steal them? Besides, we've already reached Qiong Island and after that we'll reach Ming Island. That's the central continent of the empire and there are many experts there. No one would dare to touch these tributes. Yeah, right, I heard that the Ming constables made a move a while ago. Seems like there are more and more outsiders coming here. This world is too chaotic. I'm just hoping to return home after delivering these tributes. Lu Yin leaned against a chest, his eyes shining brightly. Tributes? His luck was pretty good and there should be martial crystals. Even if there weren't, there should be some good stuff that could be exchanged for them. Not bad, not bad. It's been a long time since I've robbed people, so it's time for me to do it. Right, let's set off. We'll try to reach Taizong City before the curfew, the leader shouted, and all the servants stood up. Suddenly, Lu Yin attacked and slammed his palm into the back of the leader's neck. Although this person was also a Lemiter, he was far weaker than Lu Yin and was knocked unconscious in a single blow. Everyone was shocked and they all attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin was disdainful, but in less than 10 seconds, all the soldiers who were escorting the convoy were knocked unconscious and collapsed to the ground. The servants around them fled in fear. Lu Yin walked over to the first car, lifted the white cloth and opened the box. It was filled with all sorts of shiny metal products that were probably similar to the gold, silver and jewels on Earth that were of no use to him. The second car was filled with antique calligraphy and paintings, and the third car was filled with martial crystals. Lu Yin was delighted. This was exactly what he wanted. There were more than 10 carriages and all of them were filled with martial crystals. Martial crystals were the most suitable tributes. More than 10 chests of martial crystals were equivalent to about 200 star crystals, but Lu Yin was disappointed. It seemed like a lot, but in reality, it wasn't even enough to fill a sentinel's head. Forget it, he'll take it slow. This was just a city's tributes, and the Xinwu continent's martial crystals production was extremely low. Martial crystals weren't a currency but rather a military item. Lu Yin stored more than 200 cubes of martial crystals into his cosmic ring and left the rest behind. He did not have the time to trade for them and he would rather rob them if he had the time. However, he still had to be picky. He could rob people with bad reputations, but he could forget about those with good reputations. He needed at least 10,000 star crystals to absorb them, and he had to at least be able to fight for a while. Otherwise, he would have to absorb them slowly after he ran out of martial power. News that the tributes had been robbed quickly spread, and Qiong Island's army immediately sealed off the main road. They interrogated the soldiers who had been robbed, hoping to find some clues. However, Lu Yin's actions were too fast and the sky was dark. They couldn't see clearly, so they could only search blindly. Lu Yin didn't dare enter the city, as Wuxia's memories contained information about heavenly globes. Every city had one, and the moment he entered, the globes would sense his presence and sense his star energy. He wouldn't be able to hide even if he wanted to. He didn't want to be hunted down by the Ming constables, as they had martial emperors who were explorers. It would be troublesome if he was targeted, as those people's understanding of the universe was no less than his own. The sky was completely dark, and Eriker was brought into the study of the Reverend King's manor. His face was pale without a trace of blood and his abdomen was bandaged. His injuries weren't light. Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu looked at him. Name, identity, and purpose. Eriker panted heavily, but he didn't dare to hide anything. He quickly revealed his identity. Ming Zhaoshu was astonished. So you're from the Blaze Realm? It's been a long time. The last time the Blaze Realm sent someone here was 100 years ago. Eriker wasn't surprised, as he had already heard that the Blaze Realm had sent someone to Shinwu continent 100 years ago, but that person had never returned. Who's the other person? Ming Zhaoshu asked with a solemn expression. This was what he was most concerned about. There were very few people who could take a palm strike from him without being a martial emperor. That person was clearly a martial king, but he hadn't been injured at all, which meant that he was very strong. Furthermore, that person had done something unforgivable, which was to peek at his daughter bathing and emerge from a wooden tub. This matter had already spread, and the Reverend King's household had lost all face. Eriker didn't mind betraying Lu Yin, and he told Ming Zhaoshu everything he knew about Lu Yin in great detail. He even told Ming Zhaoshu how Lu Yin had fought during the astral combat tournament. Ming Zhaoshu was shocked. He's actually able to control 5-line battle force as a martial king? That's not simple at all. No wonder he could take a palm strike from me. What's his nature like? Eriker slandered him. He's full of evil. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes turned cold and an enormous pressure descended, crushing the table and chairs. Eriker was pressed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Ming Zhaoshu in fear. I don't like being lied to. Tell me the truth. Ming Zhaoshu's tone was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 264. Eriker hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I don't know him, but I've heard some things about him. He has a grudge against the Blaze Realm and he even extorted our disciples. That's why I said that. Blackmail? Ming Zhaoshu's eyes flashed. Eriker nodded and told Ming Zhaoshu what he had heard about Lu Yin's kidnapping of Craner and the other students. Ming Zhaoshu muttered, Got it. Take him away. Don't let him die. Not long after Eriker was taken away, Tang Si entered the study. Your Highness, news of the princess has already spread. There's no way to hide it, Tang Si said in a low voice. Ming Zhaoshu was infuriated. You've gone too far. Ming Hao has planted such audacious spies in my manor. He must have ordered them to do so behind the scenes. They want to ruin Yen Er's reputation. Tang Si's gaze turned cold. The most important thing right now is to capture that outsider called Lu Yin and use his death to prove the princess' innocence. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. Tang Si did not say anything. Leave for now and continue looking for that Lu Yin. But remember, you're not allowed to take his life, Ming Zhaoshu ordered. Tang Si immediately acknowledged and retreated. Ming Zhaoshu pondered for a moment, then walked out of the study and arrived outside Ming Yan's room. Yen may I come in? Imperial Father, please come in, Ming Yan said softly. Ming Zhaoshu opened the door and saw his daughter staring blankly at the mirror with a bitter look in her eyes. The Shinwu continent valued a woman's chastity greatly. If a woman's body was seen naked, the consequences would be severe, and it would be very difficult for her to marry someone else. This was the custom of the Shinwu continent. Thinking of this, Ming Zhaoshu was furious. That outsider had fallen into Yen Er's bathtub, and Ming Hao's people had spread the news. Not only had his Wang mansion lost face, but it would also ruin Yen Er's life. Yen are you all right? Ming Zhaoshu walked behind his daughter and asked tenderly. Ming Yan shook her head sadly. Father, what happened to that person? He got away. But don't worry, Yen. Father will definitely catch him and make him pay the price. Raged Ming Zhaoshu. Ming Yan was silent. No one knew what she was thinking. Ming Zhaoshu looked at his daughter's pale face and sighed. Yen, do you still remember what that person looked like? Ming Yan's body shook as she shook her head. Ming Zhaoshu was puzzled. Father remembers that you have a photographic memory since you were young. You are also very good at calligraphy, painting and the zither. How can you not remember what he looks like? Ming Yan blinked and pursed her lips. I don't remember. It was too chaotic back then. Ming Zhaoshu looked at his daughter for a while and nodded. Alright, it's fine if you don't remember. Rest well and don't think too much about it. Your daughter understands, Ming Yan replied. As she watched Ming Zhaoshu leave, she recalled the scene of Lu Yin standing in the bathtub and staring blankly at her, and the scene of him wrapping her in her clothes. It was so embarrassing, but he was so interesting and stupid. Ming Yan couldn't help but smile when she thought about it, but then she restrained herself. What's wrong with me? She touched her lips with her fingers. He had touched her here. She had been born in the Reverend King's household since she was a child, and she had rarely seen other people. The infighting between the members of the imperial family had left her with no friends, and her only family member was her father. She did not understand much about the outside world, and she could only rely on music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to keep her company. Lu Yin was the first man who had come into close contact with her, and he was also the first man who had seen her. Ming Yan could not help but feel that he had left a shadow in her heart. The next day, everyone from the Reverend King's household left for Qiong Island. Lu Yin remained in the distant forest. During this time, the Reverend King's household soldiers had been searching for him everywhere, but to no avail. Even a martial emperor like Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu could not do anything to Lu Yin, let alone the others. However, Lu Yin had discovered an expert who was also a limiter, but whose strength was comparable to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. Information was relative, and the Reverend King's household had been searching for him. Naturally, Lu Yin had learned a few things about the Reverend King's household, such as Eriker's capture. He knew that he had been exposed, and Lu Yin did not believe that the Blaze Realm's people would cover for him. Strange, the Reverend King's household's people haven't appeared since yesterday. Did they leave? Lu Yin muttered to himself as he looked at the Reverend King's household's manner. He felt a sense of loss as he thought about that girl. Her face was devastatingly beautiful, and although Bai Shui was beautiful, Lu Yin had not been moved. However, this girl was different. Her purity was unforgettable, and his heart had been moved. He shook his head and decided not to think too much about it. This was the Xinwu continent, a place that was comparable to the entire Dark Mistweave. If he was not careful, he would die. Some feelings could not be allowed to sprout, and they were destined to never continue. Forget it, he decided to focus on his own matters and continue robbing. Coincidentally, a group of carriages arrived. Qiong Island was next to Ming Island, which was the center of the Xinwu Empire. Of the 36 continents, at least 7 had to pass through Qiong Island in order to enter Ming Island. Lu Yin did not know, but there should be a lot. He planned to stay here for the next few days and rob a few batches. With his strength, he should be fine as long as he did not run into any martial emperors. Currently, most of the martial emperors in the Xinwu Empire were concentrated on the 5 sealing planets, so he should be fine as long as he was careful. 10 days later, Qiong Island's army completely sealed off the area. Lu Yin left, knowing that he could not stay any longer. He had robbed 5 batches of tributes over the past few days, which had attracted a lot of attention. If he stayed any longer, he might attract the attention of the Ming constables. Taicang City was the gateway to Qiong Island. Entering Taicang City was the same as entering Qiong Island. Lu Yin looked around curiously and raised his head to see a giant city gate towering over the city. This was the ancient city wall, and there was something that looked like a glass lampshade that emitted a faint light that occasionally emitted ripples that swept out in all directions. This was a heavenly globe that used martial power to sweep through the entire city. Once it came into contact with star energy, there would be a reaction. After the Great War 1,000 years ago, too many trial takers had come to the Xinwu continent, which had forced the Xinwu Empire to develop heavenly globes. Because of these globes, countless trial takers had died tragically. The heavenly globe's martial power swept past Lu Yin, but there was no reaction. He had already dispersed all of his star energy the day before and replaced it with martial power, so it naturally would not be rejected. He used someone else's household registration to enter Taicang City, and what greeted him was a bustling scene. It had to be said that the Xinwu continent had developed quite well, and there were almost no traces of the Great War from 1,000 years ago. Hawking noises could be heard everywhere, and in the distance, there was a towering restaurant that was almost at the same level as the city wall. Lu Yin was not in a hurry and he slowly walked forward. The army rushed past him with a somber aura. Have you heard? Someone's been robbing tributes recently and 5 batches have already been lost. The king's residence is furious and he's ordered the army to investigate thoroughly. The surrounding cities have been sealed off, and even the king's residence has been searched. I heard that there was even a battle. Keep your voice down. The incident at the residence has nothing to do with the looting of tributes. It was an outsider who peeped on the princess bathing, and I heard that he was caught bathing with her. That's why a battle broke out. What? Doesn't that mean that the princess' reputation is ruined? Who would dare to marry her then? Yes, it's a pity that the empire's twin beauties have been ruined. No matter how beautiful she is, this incident will make countless people afraid to marry her. Lu Yin was stunned. Was that really necessary? He had only seen her naked. He frowned and tried to recall Wuxia's memories. It seemed that the Xinwu continent placed a lot of importance on a woman's reputation. This was troublesome. Did that mean that he had harmed that girl? Lu Yin was a little absent-minded and he slowly walked into the restaurant. He chose a seat near the window and casually ordered a few dishes. He was rather vexed and the image of that girl kept appearing in his mind. He felt a little apologetic. The Xinwu continent's military development was extremely fast, and it was even comparable to a weave. However, they were very conservative when it came to thinking. This incident would definitely leave an unerasable scar on that girl's heart. "Sir, your dishes are all here," the waiter said politely as he poured Lu Yin a cup of wine and retreated. Lu Yin watched the army rush past the window, kicking up a large cloud of dust. He frowned and decided to close the window. "Bro, don't close the window," a voice called out from behind Lu Yin. Lu Yin ignored him and continued to close the window. Behind him, the man raised a hand and pressed down on Lu Yin's arm. "I'll say it one more time. Don't close the window." Lu Yin glanced at him. The man was in his 30s and seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. His eyes were tired but he gave off an uncouth aura. He did not seem like a good person. At this point the dust had settled but Lu Yin did not care. He withdrew his hand and continued to eat. The man also withdrew his hand and did not cause any more trouble. Suddenly a flash of light entered his eyes. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he looked into the distance. Was that an arrow? There was a whoosh as the arrow shot towards him, but it was not aimed at Lu Yin. Instead it was aimed at the man behind him. The man grabbed at Lu Yin intending to use him to block the arrow. Lu Yin was furious and raised his hand to meet the man's palm. There was a light sound and the shockwave shattered the table and sent the railings on the second floor flying. The man was forced back by Lu Yin's palm and yelped in surprise. At this moment the arrow brushed past the man's shoulder and pierced through the floorboards on the second floor, causing the ground to crack. "Heng Luoshan, surrender." There was a loud shout as people rushed in from above and outside the window to attack the man who was Heng Luoshan. Heng Luoshan gave Lu Yin a deep look before jumping out of the window. "What a joke. The lackeys of the Demon Hunters Society want to capture me? Dream on. I'm not ranked 17th on the list of tempering for nothing." Not long after the battle ended. The restaurant had suffered an unexpected calamity and much of it had been damaged. The owner hurriedly apologized with a bitter smile. "I'm sorry to have startled you, sir," the owner apologized to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was curious. What's the list of tempering? He had not paid much attention to this list in Wuxia's memories. His memories were vast and he had only been able to look through a portion of them in the limited time he had. "You don't know about it?" The owner was surprised. Lu Yin smiled. "I grew up in the mountains and this is my first time coming out to train. So that's how it is. No wonder you don't know about the list of tempering. It's a list created by Crown Prince Ming Hao using the Demon Hunters Society's intelligence network. It lists everyone under the martial emperor realm, regardless of age and cultivation. That Heng Luoshan is ranked 17th on the list of tempering," the owner explained. Lu Yin understood. A list like this could easily arouse a person's competitive spirit and motivate them to become stronger. This applied to both the universe and the Xinwu continent. It was quite impressive that Crown Prince Ming Hao could achieve this. "Boss, where can I buy the list of tempering?" Chapter 265. The owner hurriedly ordered someone to buy a copy for Lu Yin. This sort of list could be found throughout the Xinwu Empire, so it wasn't expensive. Lu Yin left behind a martial crystal and left the restaurant. If a trial taker wanted to obtain results in the Xinwu continent's trials, there were other methods besides the two fixed missions. Leaving one's name on the list of tempering was one of them. After all, it was the most authoritative list for those below the martial emperor realm, and it was also a list for those below the explorer realm. Leaving one's name on the list was enough to obtain some results. Many people had come to the Outerverse trials during this period, and as long as one kept an eye on the list, they would be able to find a few. Lu Yin's goal was to find the Day-Night clan and defeat them so that they could spend more time and effort on the Outerverse Youth Council. The first place on the list of tempering was hidden. Lu Yin was shocked as it was very rare for someone to be on the list to be hidden. The second place was Li Zimo, who was noted as commander of the Ming Vanguard. The Ming Vanguard was the Ming Constables organization that massacred outsiders. If this person could become a commander, then he was definitely extremely strong and should be comparable to the student leaders of the Astral Combat Academy. In terms of strength, he should be able to enter the top 8, as there was only one person from the Reverend King's residence who was ranked 8th. The third place was Grandmaster Dai, who was noted as commander of the Demon Hunters Society. Lu Yin laughed. It seemed that this list of tempering was not just a way for Crown Prince Ming Hao to gather powerhouses, but also to show off the strength of the Shenwu Empire. The first place was definitely someone from the Empire, and the top 3 were all official powerhouses of the Empire. This was a huge blow to the remnants of the sects that had been wiped out 1,000 years ago. Lu Yin left Taicang City and headed west. He wanted to go to Ming Island, which was the center of the Shenwu Empire. All of the trial takers would gather there. Lu Yin's speed was quite fast, but the Reverend King's residence was much slower. They would stay for 2 days at every city they passed, and this delay allowed Lu Yin to see the Reverend King's residence's convoy in Bo City. The army led the way and many experts gathered to protect them. Ming Zhaoshu's explorer strength swept out from time to time, intimidating everyone around him. Lu Yin put down his wine cup and watched the convoy pass by below. Through the gauze curtains he accidentally caught a glimpse of Ming Yan. Her stunning beauty could not be hidden. The convoy quickly left. The next city was Shanghai City, the capital of Cheong Island, where the Reverend King's residence was. Lu Yin's residence's residence. The sky above Shenwu continent was dark and pure, and only the 5 ceiling planets were enveloped by it. It was as if a giant pearl was hanging above Shenwu continent, and it emitted a faint light. At the same time, on the other side of Bo City, Ming Yan suddenly got up from her sleep. Her face was flustered and her face was flushed red. She was dreaming again, dreaming of the day when the two of them met in the bathtub. It was so embarrassing. Thinking about this, she raised her head and looked at the starry sky. Her gaze was pure and natural, without a trace of impurity. As she watched, her gaze dimmed. Perhaps they would never meet again in the future. A stranger whose name she did not even know had intruded into her heart because of an unforgettable event. This was impossible for a normal girl, but it was the same for Ming Yan. Ever since she was young, that person had been the closest to her, and he had given her an indescribable shock. She was shy, curious, and even a little resentful. Ming Zhaoshu's head hurt. Ming Yan was helping Lu Yin hide the truth. He could understand her kindness, but she was still young and did not understand the impact this matter would have on her. This matter would affect her for the rest of her life, and in the future, it might cause her pain. Ming Zhaoshu's gaze turned cold as he looked at the sky. If not for Ming Hao's people deliberately spreading the news, this matter would not have spread. Ming Hao. Under the pure night sky, many people looked at the sky. Suddenly, a crack connected the heavens and the earth and multiple figures appeared. Ming Zhaoshu was shocked. Outsiders? At the gates of Bo City, a heavenly globe rippled, and the figures that appeared from the spatial crack were repelled. They reflected the light, making them as conspicuous as light bulbs. Countless angry shouts rang out, "Outsiders! Seal the gates and kill without mercy. Kill them. They're outsiders." It wasn't just the government that acted, as many cultivators who were not loyal to the Shenwu Empire also acted. To the people of Shenwu continent, outsiders were public enemies. Lu Yin was shocked, as these people were too unlucky to have landed directly in the city. They must have been disturbed by the Shenwu continent's experts just like him, which was why they had appeared in the city. Boom! There was a huge explosion as a fierce battle broke out in Bo City. Those who dared to participate in the Outerverse trial were not ordinary people, and even the weakest of them were limiters. Furthermore, they were all limiters, and there was even an explorer among them. Ming Zhaoshu acted as he was the only explorer in Bo City. High up in the sky, Ming Zhaoshu and the explorer were locked in a fierce battle. Below them, many other battles were occurring in the city. The entire city had awakened and they were all targeted at the outsiders. Their bodies were repelled by the martial power and they could not hide at all. In the blink of an eye, 2 people had been killed, and one of them had been less than a kilometer away from Lu Yin. Suddenly, the heavenly globe above the city gates exploded. Lu Yin was shocked as there was actually another person hiding who had not been detected by the heavenly globe. He took out the giant emperor's third eye and stared at the city gates. He could faintly make out a familiar figure rushing out and leaving Bo City. Was that Han Chong? The heavenly globe had been destroyed and the remaining trial takers immediately hid. Only the explorer was blocked by Ming Zhaoshu and could not leave. Bang! There was a tremor in the sky and a strong gust of wind blew down, crushing many houses. The soldiers took out their shields to defend themselves. You natives dare to stop me? You're courting death. A shout came from the sky and a strange force pressed down. Ming Zhaoshu angrily shouted, "All outsiders must die." Lu Yin stood by the window and looked up. He had never seen that explorer's battle technique before, as it was not from a power that he was familiar with. Ming Zhaoshu did not use any battle techniques, and he simply sent out palm after palm, using his martial power to increase his power level. His palm force was so vigorous that even the explorer's battle technique was barely able to match it. How is this possible? How can your palm force be so vigorous? How can this space not be torn apart? The explorer was shocked. Ming Zhaoshu snorted. It looks like you don't understand Shenwu continent. You have strength but no brains. You can die now. You're just a mere native. The explorer was enraged and attacked with all his strength. There was a thump and a shockwave swept through the area below. The shields that the 100 soldiers had used to block the attack instantly shattered, and a huge crack appeared in the ground. The shockwave swept out for thousands of meters and crushed countless houses. At this moment, a bright light flashed above the 5 sealing planets. The next moment the explorer stopped moving as his body was cut in half, and fresh blood splattered onto the ground. This scene was extremely shocking as this attack had come from a planet and it had instantly killed an explorer. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The 5 sealing planets had gathered almost all of Shenwu continent's experts, and they were used to defend against the outsiders. That attack had definitely come from a cruiser or even a hunter, which was too terrifying. This trial was far more frightening than he had imagined, and there were countless dangers that could appear at any time. Even explorers could be instantly killed. Ming Zhaoshu looked up at the sky and snorted as he descended. Lu Yin closed the window and took a deep breath before lying down on his bed. He silently warned himself to keep a low profile and not expose himself. What had happened that night was just an interlude, as it happened all the time on Shenwu continent. The next day, Bo City's army skillfully sealed off the battlefield and treated the injured in an orderly manner. The city lord personally thanked Ming Zhaoshu and stood at the city gates as he watched the Reverend King's convoy leave. Lu Yin left a few hours later. After last night's battle, Bo City's security had become even stricter. Fortunately, Lu Yin had stolen a household registration certificate, so he easily passed through. Was Han Chong the one who had destroyed the heavenly globes last night? Lu Yin thought about it, and that should be the case. That figure was too familiar, and the top 4 from the academy would all participate in this trial. Han Chong had arrived and Starsabil and Grand Ini Mavis should be there as well. Lu Yin wondered if he would be able to meet them in Ming City. Shanghai City was the largest city on Cheong Island and it had a huge moat. It had hundreds of thousands of soldiers and countless experts, and it was rumored that there were no less than 10 people on the list of tempering. There were 200 experts on the list of tempering, and having 10 of them in Shanghai City was already quite good. Lu Yin had not been in Shanghai City for long when he heard that the Reverend King's residence was recruiting experts to protect the convoy as it headed to Ming City. He was immediately tempted and he headed towards the residence. The Reverend King's residence occupied the central area of Shanghai City. It was not a residence, but rather a large manor surrounded by mountains and rivers. The river that surrounded the residence was not much narrower than the moat. The entire residence occupied a large area, and it was said that a normal person would not be able to walk to the end of it in a day. It was Ming Zhaotian's birthday, and the Reverend King naturally wanted to send a congratulatory gift. This was also the reason for this recruitment. Not only was he recruiting experts to protect him, but he was also recruiting coachmen. Lu Yin had applied to be a coachman. The requirements for a coachman were not high, and the inspection was not strict either. However, it would be troublesome if an expert accompanied him, as he might have to face Ming Zhaoshu directly. "Kid, do you even know how to feed a horse? If you don't, then scram. Don't waste my time." A man shouted at Lu Yin. This person was the butler of the Reverend King's residence, and he was also known as Butler 7. He was the one who had chosen the coachman for this recruitment. Lu Yin lowered his head obediently as he looked at the horse in front of him. He really did not know how to feed a horse. As he thought about it, he noticed that Butler 7 was getting more and more annoyed. His hand trembled and something fell to the ground with a soft thud. "Butler 7, are these 5 fortune coins yours?" Lu Yin asked in surprise as he pointed at the items on the ground. The 5 fortune coins were the common currency of the Shenwu Empire. Butler 7 greedily looked at the 5 fortune coins on the ground and hurriedly picked them up. His face was full of smiles as he said, "It's mine, it's mine. Luckily you saw it, or else I would have lost it." Lu Yin smiled apologetically. "It's little 7's honor to serve you, Butler 7. Butler 7 was shocked. "You're little 7? Yes, I'm Lu Qi. Many people call me little 7. Lu Yin smiled. Butler 7 sized Lu Yin up and sighed in admiration. "Not bad, not bad. Consider us fated. Alright, you don't need to feed the horses. You know how to drive, right?" Yes, yes. I know how to drive," Lu Yin hurriedly replied. Driving was too easy, and if it did not listen he could just whip it. If it did not listen, then he could forcefully control it with martial power. It was better than feeding a horse. Chapter 266. Lu Yin felt embarrassed that he'd only gotten a job as a coachman after spending so much money. Thankfully, he'd managed to sneak into the Reverend King's entourage, and all he had to do was follow them to the capital. Being a coachman was a challenging job, or at least that was what Lu Yin thought. It had already been 2 days since they arrived at the Reverend King's residence. Just yesterday afternoon, the fleet of carriages had finished assembling. The carriages stretched for several miles, carrying countless goods as they headed towards Mingdu. On both sides of the carriages were the Shanghai City Army and the Reverend King's residence's private soldiers. Even further away were the experts that the Reverend King's residence had recruited. There were at least 1,000 of them, and almost all of them were martial king experts. Lu Yin could not understand how the Shenwu continent had managed to produce so many experts. If they had only used martial crystals, then they would not have been able to nurture so many martial king experts. Even though the Great Yu Empire encompassed 13 filaments and countless planets, it would still be difficult for them to casually gather over 1,000 limiters who were free cultivators. This could only be attributed to the speed at which martial power was absorbed. Perhaps the Shenwu continent's natives were able to absorb martial power from the void much faster than outsiders like them. As he thought about it, he noticed that the carriage had deviated slightly. Lu Yin raised his hand and whipped the carriage back to its original course. He had been working with this horse for the past 2 days. At first, it had been very difficult to control, and he had only been able to forcefully control it with his martial power. However, he had slowly realized that it was not that difficult to control the horse, and it was actually quite interesting. Since he couldn't cultivate in the Reverend King's residence, he might as well treat himself as a coachman. His performance had even won the praise of Butler 7. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Earlier, Butler 7 had even come looking for him, saying that he wanted to keep him in the Reverend King's residence. 3 days passed by peacefully, and the Reverend King's convoy had already left Shanghai City, traveling on the official road to Mingzhou. The wide road was flat, and there were local troops protecting it from time to time. Lu Yin hadn't seen Ming Yan for the past 3 days. She had been in her carriage the entire time. The military carriage was pulled by a kind of strange beast known as the he-beast. It was usually used by the Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu. At this moment, Ming Yan and Ming Zhaoshu were inside the military carriage. The coachmen in the Reverend King's residence had their own promotion system, and Lu Yin was the lowest-ranked coachman. There were other coachmen above him, such as government coachmen, military coachmen, family coachmen, and so on. The highest-ranked coachmen were military coachmen. Lu Yin actually wanted to be a military coachman, but those coachmen were all cultivators, and even Steward 7 had to treat them with respect. While Lu Yin was lost in his thoughts, a wave of energy swept past him. This was the power of the heavenly globes, and Lu Yin had come into contact with it countless times. Suddenly, a light shone from a tea stall on the side of the road. There was a repelling reaction and Lu Yin looked over in surprise. At the tea stall, a young woman suddenly stood up. Her expression changed drastically as she rushed into the distance. "Hold on tight." Ming Zhaoshu's deep voice came from the carriage. Tang Xi leaped into the air and swung the spear in his hand. The spear arced through the air and seemed to cause ripples in the air as it pierced towards the woman. The woman gritted her teeth, turned around and stabbed out with her sword. The sound of metal clashing resounded and dazzling sparks flew out. The sword was broken by the spear, and the tip of the spear swept past the woman's arm, bringing out a trace of blood. She was thrown dozens of meters away, heavily smashing into the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The difference between this woman and Tang Xi was too great. Tang Xi was comparable to a student leader of the Astral Combat Academy, but this woman was not even at the level of an area master. She should be from the Outerverse. He was done for. Tang Xi landed on the ground and picked up his spear as he slowly approached the woman. The woman felt bitter. If she had known this would happen, she would not have participated in this trial. The Outerverse trials were indeed not something that could be touched by ordinary people. She was considered the most outstanding person in her own country, but she was still far from being able to compete in a trial of this level. Surrender or die. Tang Xi's cold voice rang out as the tip of his spear was only an inch away from the woman's face. The woman helplessly stood up. Of course she did not want to die. At that moment, several figures rushed over from the distance. Tang Xi looked over, and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes as he turned back to look at the carriage. Ming Zhaoshu lifted the gauze curtain and saw the figures. They were the Ming vanguard from the Ming constables. There were a total of 5 people and all of them were martial kings. One of them was definitely not weaker than the woman, and he respectfully greeted the carriage. "The Ming vanguard greets the reverend king. Why are you here?" Ming Zhaoshu was curious. "We've been tracking this outsider. Thank you, Your Highness, for capturing this person for us." Ming Zhaoshu lowered the gauze curtain. "Go." Tang Xi glanced at the Ming vanguard and then coldly left. The woman's face was deathly pale. If she had been captured by the reverend king, then she might have had a chance to live. However, if she had fallen into the hands of the Ming vanguard, then it would be a different story. She had been on the Xinwu continent for half a month, and she had heard too many rumors about the Ming vanguard. They were a bloodthirsty organization that specialized in killing trial takers. Lu Yin looked at her with pity. He was well aware of the Ming vanguard's brutality, and this woman would definitely not have a good ending. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do to help her. The convoy continued forward and soon the woman and the Ming vanguard disappeared from Lu Yin's sight. At that moment, Lu Yin was more concerned about Tang Xi, who was ranked 8th on the list of tempering. This person was very strong, and if he had been placed in the Astral Combat Tournament, he would have been able to rank within the top 16, and he would have been qualified to fight against the student leaders of the various academies. The Xinwu continent was truly a mystical place. It possessed martial power that surpassed star energy, and it had even nurtured so many powerhouses. It was no wonder why it could resist the entire dark mist weave and why even the powerhouses of the Innerverse had failed. The more Lu Yin understood about the Xinwu continent, the more he did not want to treat this trial as a mere trial. The Xinwu continent was not too far from the Frostwave weave of the Great Yu Empire, and it was also very close to the Astral River. This geographical location was rather important, and it would be good if he could gain some status here. The only thing this continent lacked was technology. Once technology caught up, the strength of this continent would be enough to raise the overall strength of the Dark Mist Weave to a whole new level. The sky gradually darkened and the convoy rested. They were still quite a distance away from the next city, and they would need to cross over 2 mountains. It was impossible for them to reach their destination before nightfall, so it was likely that they would rest here for the night. This continent's space was stable and even explorers could not tear it apart. This was not a good thing for the invaders from the Dark Mist Weave, but it also had its disadvantages for the Xinwu continent itself. They could not create spatial items and they could not create things like cosmic rings. Thus, they could only carry items around with them, which was very inconvenient. Night fell and the roars of beasts could be heard everywhere. Occasionally, huge creatures would fly across the sky, stirring up strong winds. Lu Yin rested in the carriage and before long Butler 7 arrived. Damn it, that snobbish bastard. If I hadn't promoted him back then, how could he have become a carriage driver? He actually forbade me from getting close. Bah. Butler 7 angrily rebuked as he sat down next to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was curious. Who dares to anger you, Butler 7? It's that carriage driver. I wanted to pay my respects to His Highness and the princess, but I was actually rejected. Bah. Butler 7 was furious and his face turned ashen. Lu Yin glanced at the huge carriage in the distance and saw a middle-aged man behind the he-beast. He was the carriage driver. Why aren't His Highness and the princess coming down? Butler 7 casually answered, of course it's to protect the princess' reputation. What's wrong with the princess? Lu Yin asked as he recalled the rumors he had heard in Taizong City. Butler 7 carefully looked around and whispered, the princess' reputation has been ruined and she doesn't dare to come down for the entire journey. She's afraid that Crown Prince Ming Hao's people will use this against her and stir up trouble. Crown Prince Ming Hao? Isn't he His Highness's junior? Is there a conflict between them? Lu Yin asked curiously as he took out a jug of wine. He had specially bought this jug of wine to curry favor with Butler 7. Butler 7 smiled when he saw the wine and took a big gulp before wiping his mouth. This is no secret in the Empire. Ever since His Majesty went to the central planet to defend against foreign enemies, all of the Empire's affairs have been concentrated in the Crown Prince's residence. The excessive centralization of power has caused a group of old officials in the court to be dissatisfied, and they believe that power should be concentrated in the palace instead of outside. Many of them pushed His Highness out, and since then Crown Prince Ming Hao has hated His Highness and has been opposing His Highness everywhere. Lu Yin muttered to himself. This was not what Wuxia's memories had told him. Although Lu Yin could not remember it clearly and only had a rough idea of what had happened, it seemed like Crown Prince Ming Hao had been targeting a certain person and was very wary of him. Could this person be the Reverend King? If it really was the Reverend King, then it would not be as simple as hatred but rather fear. Ming Hao wanted to prevent the Reverend King from rising to power. There are many people from the Crown Prince's residence in our Prince's residence. His Highness also knows about it but he has never asked about it. Who would have thought that some time ago, an outsider would take advantage of the princess's innocence, and the Crown Prince would wantonly spread the news, causing the princess's reputation to be ruined. Butler 7 sighed. Lu Yin felt even more apologetic. An accident had involved an innocent girl in a fight, and she would have to bear the reputation of having her reputation ruined for the rest of her life. The Xinwu continent placed too much importance on a girl's reputation, and this was the result of not having a clear mind. Right, what about Tangxi? He seems to be very powerful. Butler 7 nodded. No one knows where he came from but he is indeed very powerful. Almost no one in the Martial King realm is a match for him, and the fact that he is ranked 8th on the list of tempering is not an exaggeration. Do you know how many martial kings there are in the Empire? The older generation of martial kings cannot be compared to the younger generation in terms of experience and techniques. However, Tangxi still managed to suppress countless martial kings and reach the 8th position. He is very terrifying and he is second only to His Highness in the Reverend King's residence. The mountain roads were not easy to traverse, but with the army clearing the way, the convoy still managed to enter the city after a day. As long as we pass through Fan City, we will enter Ming Island and after another month of travel we will reach the capital. Butler 7 was delighted as he spoke to Lu Yin. He liked chatting with Lu Yin as he felt that Lu Yin was smart, generous and knew how to flatter others. He was very much to Butler 7's liking, and he decided that he would definitely bring this young man into the Reverend King's residence and groom him as his successor. Lu Yin looked at the tall city in front of him and looked up at the heavenly globe. From time to time ripples would sweep across it and he wondered if there were any trial takers in this city. Fan City had already arranged a place for the convoy to stay, and Lu Yin had just finished his meal when Butler 7 called him to the side. Little 7, His Highness just instructed me to find a few coachmen to follow the princess out for a walk. Do you want to go? Lu Yin was delighted. Of course. Thank you, Butler 7. Butler 7 smiled in satisfaction. The princess needs to keep a low profile when she goes out. Aside from Tangxi, there will only be one maid and a few coachmen. Remember, be smart and don't cause trouble. Lu Yin immediately agreed. Chapter 267. The coachman's job is to carry the princess's things. Don't look at her directly and don't speak. Pay attention to the people around you at all times. Butler 7 gave a long speech. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived outside and saw Tang Xi standing there quietly with a solemn expression. He lowered his head and stood quietly behind Tang Xi. A few other coachmen arrived and stood beside Lu Yin. Not long after, the princess walked out with a veil over her face and a maid beside her. She looked around curiously. She rarely left the house, and if not for the fact that the Reverend King had sensed that she was in a bad mood, he would not have let her out. Ming Yan treasured this opportunity. Although Fan City wasn't big and couldn't compare to Shanghai City, she still found it novel and smiled. Tang Xi followed closely behind Ming Yan, not daring to take even half a step away. Lu Yin and the other coachmen followed closely behind as well. They were responsible for carrying the princess's purchases. Lu Yin was less than 5 meters away from Ming Yan with Tang Xi between them. He didn't dare to get too close for fear of being discovered. Although his invisible aura technique was effective, he didn't know much about martial power, so he didn't dare to test it out. Just as Ming Yan was happily shopping, many people gathered in front of her to watch the commotion. Ming Yan immediately walked over. Lu Yin and the others quickly parted the crowd for her and looked at the scene. Lu Yin's pupils shrank when he saw what was going on. In front of them, several burly men were scolding a woman and occasionally attacking her. People around them were pointing at them, but no one dared to speak up. Ming Yan looked at the maid with pity, but the maid immediately stepped forward to stop them. The crowd quickly dispersed, and the woman who had been humiliated was brought to Ming Yan. "I'm Yu. Thank you for saving my life, Mississippi." The woman knelt down and thanked her softly. Ming Yan couldn't bear it and quickly helped her up. "What happened? Why were those people humiliating you?" "I came to Fan City to seek refuge with a relative, but that relative is no longer here. Along the way I was drugged and lost all my cultivation. They even wanted to sell me to a brothel. If not for you I would have been finished," said gratefully and knelt down again. Behind Ming Yan, Tang Xi suddenly grabbed Yu's arm, his gaze cold. Ming Yan was furious. "Brother Tang Xi, what are you doing?" Yu looked at Tang Xi in horror. Tang Xi stared at Yu and placed his thumb on her wrist. After feeling it for a while, he let go and respectfully said, "Miss, this girl's cultivation isn't weak, but she was indeed drugged to disperse her martial strength." "He already said it. Look at you, you're hurting him." Ming Yan was dissatisfied and she looked at Yu apologetically. "I'm sorry, Yu. He's just like that. He doesn't know what's important." Yu respectfully replied, "The world is dangerous. Miss, please don't blame this big brother. He was only trying to protect you." Ming Yan nodded and looked at Tang Xi. "Can Yu's medicine be cured?" Tang Xi's voice was low as he replied, "Yes, but the antidote will require His Highness's approval before it can be taken out." "Then let's go, I'll go find Royal Father." After saying that, Ming Yan did not have the mood to continue strolling around and pulled Yu away. Hurriedly opened her mouth. "Miss, you just said His Highness? You are the princess?" Ming Yan stuck out her tongue and smiled. "Right, I forgot to tell you. Let's go, I'll take you to see Father." Yu panicked, but she was still pulled away by Ming Yan. Ming Yan was delighted as she had heard many stories about such things from scholars. She had never thought that she would be able to save a girl who was about to be forced into prostitution. This was too fun, and the more she thought about it, the happier she became. Tang Xi and the rest hurriedly followed behind. Lu Yin looked at Yu as if he had seen a ghost. Wasn't this Xianxia? Although she had changed her appearance slightly, she could not fool Lu Yin. This woman had also come to the Shenwu continent, and she had even targeted the Reverend King's residence. What was she planning? Did she think that she could fool the Reverend King's residence with such petty tricks? She was courting death. Reality exceeded Lu Yin's expectations, and everything about Xianxia had been proven to be true. Even the relatives that she had sought refuge with had been found by the Reverend King's residence in Lin City. Everything was fine. Lu Yin was speechless, but his eyes flickered. It seemed that these great powers had long since established their bases on the Shenwu continent. They had probably established their foundations hundreds or even hundreds of years ago to facilitate investigations. Xianxia had the Frost Moon sect behind her, and there had definitely been people from that sect who had established themselves on the Shenwu continent a long time ago. Ming Yan sympathized with Yu Xianzi's predicament. My father has already helped you find the whereabouts of your relatives. Do you want to seek refuge with them? Yu Xianzi shook her head bitterly. They can't even take care of themselves, so there's no point in me going there. She then bowed to Ming Yan. Thank you for saving my life, princess. Has no way to repay you, but I will definitely repay you in my next life. Ming Yan looked at Ming Zhaoshu. Father. Ming Zhaoshu looked at Yu Xianzi. Where did you cultivate your martial arts? Yu Xianzi respectfully replied, My master is Pingshui Guai. Ming Zhaoshu was stunned. The same Pingshui Guai who challenged a martial emperor 100 years ago as a martial king? Yes, Yu Xianzi respectfully replied. Where is he now? Ming Zhaoshu asked, his interest piqued. Yu Xianzi bitterly replied, My master has been dead for more than a year and he's buried in Pingshui Guai. Ming Zhaoshu nodded and sighed. What a pity. Your master was one of the rare few who could challenge a martial emperor as a martial king. Although he was defeated, it was a glorious defeat. I think his death must have something to do with that battle. Ming Zhaoshu then looked at Yu Xianzi. You're Yu, right? Are you willing to stay in the manor? Yu Xianzi was stunned. She looked at Ming Yan, then lowered her head in gratitude. Is willing to spend the rest of her life repaying you for saving my life. That's great. You'll follow me from now on. Ming Yan was overjoyed and her eyes lit up as she looked at Yu Xianzi. Yu Xianzi smiled. As he watched the two women leave, Ming Zhaoshu solemnly said, Immediately send someone to investigate Pingshui Guai. Not only do we need to investigate the Pingshui Guai, but we also need to investigate Yu's family background. We need to trace it back to 1,000 years ago. Is the manor worried that she's from the outside? Tangxi asked. Ming Zhaoshu snorted. These outsiders have long since taken root in the Shenwu continent, so it's not difficult for them to forge an identity. I'm not sure if she's from the outside, so let's investigate. If that's the case, then why did you allow her to stay with the princess? Tangxi did not understand. Ming Zhaoshu did not answer and Tangxi did not dare to ask any more questions. Lu Yin and the rest put down the things that Ming Yan had bought and immediately left. After they left, Yu Xianzi suddenly looked up and glanced at Lu Yin. This person had been intentionally avoiding her, and his appearance seemed somewhat familiar. However, she could not recall who he was. Could he be a trial taker as well? Lu Yin had not changed his appearance much, as he had been afraid that Yu Xianzi would recognize him. Thus he had been avoiding this woman. However, a woman's intuition was very sharp. Lu Yin's small movements might have been able to escape the detection of an expert, but they could not escape the eyes of a woman. Although she had not been able to recognize Lu Yin, she still paid attention to him. Ming Island was the central island of the Shenwu Empire, and it was also the heart of the entire Shenwu continent. The entire island was surrounded by a huge river called the Ming River. The Ming River goes around Ming Island and it has countless tributaries. After passing through Fan City, you'll reach the Ming River in about 2 days. Once you cross the Ming River, you'll be on Ming Island, Butler 7 explained with great pride as he had been to Ming Island before. No matter where one went, regional discrimination would always exist. The people of Ming Island looked down on the people of the other 35 continents, just like how the people of the Shenwu Empire looked down on the rest of the continent. Every continent in the Shenwu Empire was very large, and many people had never left their own continent in their entire lives. Butler 7, who was not even a martial artist, had been to Ming Island before, which showed that he had the right to be proud. Lu Yin quickly flattered him. Butler 7 was very pleased to hear this. By the way, Butler 7, the princess is one of the 2 beauties of the empire. Has no one come to propose marriage in all these years? Lu Yin asked curiously. Butler 7 rolled his eyes. Of course there have been, but ever since the relationship between His Highness and Crown Prince Ming Hao deteriorated, no one has. At this point, Butler 7 carefully whispered into Lu Yin's ear. Think about it. If you lose your life, then no matter how beautiful the princess is, you won't be able to enjoy her. Are you saying that Crown Prince Ming Hao will make a move on His Highness? Lu Yin was shocked. Don't spout nonsense. I don't know. Butler 7's face paled and he immediately shut his mouth. At this point, Butler 7 was called away and Lu Yin continued driving the carriage. However, it didn't take long for a fragrant breeze to blow past him. Lu Yin's expression changed and he continued driving the carriage. Another child rode over from the side. It was you Xianxia. Have we met before? Xianxia asked as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin immediately smiled apologetically. I'm just a coachman. How could I have the honor of meeting you? Xianxia sized Lu Yin up and felt that he looked familiar. Her woman's intuition told her that he was intentionally avoiding her gaze. Raise your head. Lu Yin helplessly looked up. At this point, Butler 7 arrived. Little 7, one of the coachmen in the back is sick and can't accompany us. Go take his place. Lu Yin felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he bowed to Xianxia before immediately leaving. Miss you Little 7 didn't disrespect you, did he? Butler 7 probed. Xianxia smiled. Of course not. Butler 7 is being too serious. I just felt that he looked familiar. Well, then I'm relieved. Little 7 is a country bumpkin and he doesn't know the rules, Butler 7 said politely. Xianxia's eyes flashed. Butler 7, has Little 7 always been in the Reverend King's residence? Butler 7 shook his head. He only joined us a few days ago. I took him in because I saw that he was skilled at writing. Xianxia nodded, smiled at Butler 7 and then left. Butler 7 took a deep breath and a look of intoxication appeared on his face. Too fragrant. It's a pity that he wasn't sold. Otherwise, I would have gone bankrupt just to have fun with you. What a pity. Xianxia's appearance was absolutely stunning, and she had captivated many people back at Blackwater Lake. Even though she had changed her appearance slightly, she was still a top-grade beauty. She was naturally very attractive to someone like Butler 7. Did he only join us a few days ago? Xianxia looked at Lu Yin, who was driving the carriage attentively, and her eyes flashed. Was this person really a trial taker? If he was, then why did he have no cultivation at all? Had he hidden it? It was too terrifying to be able to hide it so well. Xianxia tried her best to recall all the experts she had met, but she just couldn't remember them. After all, she was the young mistress of the Frost Moon sect, and she had seen too many young elites. Chapter 268. Even though Xianxia couldn't recall Lu Yin's identity, that didn't stop her from probing him. Every once in a while she would find an opportunity to strike up a conversation with Lu Yin, which made him feel rather helpless. He wondered if he should find an opportunity to deal with her. However, Xianxia didn't always bring trouble to Lu Yin. For example, Lu Yin was currently following behind the carriage, only a few meters away from Ming Yan. This had been arranged by Xianxia. Ming Yan treated her extremely well and had even allowed her to enter the carriage. However, due to Ming Zhaoshu's presence, Xianxia hadn't been able to enter. Is there anyone else in your family? Xianxia asked Lu Yin as she rode. Lu Yin's face twitched. No, there was a plague in my hometown. Everyone died. Xianxia nodded. How old are you this year? Inside the carriage, Ming Yan occasionally looked outside in surprise. Father, Yuer seems to be very nice to that coachman. Ming Zhaoshu held a scroll and smiled. Perhaps they're fated. Ming Yan seemed to understand, but she still stole a glance at Lu Yin and blinked. This person seemed a little familiar. At this moment, Lu Yin wanted nothing more than to stuff Xianxia's mouth with a pair of stinky socks. This was a carriage and Ming Zhaoshu was sitting inside. Lu Yin would be discovered if he answered even the slightest mistake, but this daughter of his was asking questions as if they were on a blind date. He couldn't just ignore her. It was disgusting. The way you're driving the carriage is very strange. You don't look like an ordinary person. Have you cultivated before? Xianxia asked as she stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin's heart sank, but at this moment Tang Si arrived. Your Highness, we've arrived at Ming Lake. The boat has been prepared. There's no rush. Yuer, ask the same question again. Ming Zhaoshu's voice rang out from within the carriage. Tang Si immediately stared at Lu Yin with a wary expression. Lu Yin's finger moved and Xianxia spoke up. The way you're driving the carriage is very strange. You don't look like an ordinary person. Have you cultivated before? Many people around them looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin calmly replied, I haven't cultivated before. It's just that when His Majesty traveled to Qianshan village he passed down a few techniques. I passed by Qianshan village and learned a few things from the villagers there. The curtains parted and Ming Xiaoshu looked at Lu Yin with surprise. You've been to Qianshan village? Lu Yin bowed. Yes. When I was young, I learned a few moves from an old tree at the entrance of the village. I've always used them for self-defense. Which moves did you learn? Ming Xiaoshu was interested. Lu Yin didn't dare to refuse and he hurriedly displayed the technique in the open space. It was just 3 moves and although they seemed ordinary, Ming Xiaoshu felt a sense of nostalgia. This was a technique that he and Ming Xiaotian had created when they were younger, and it had actually been passed down in that small village. When he thought of this, Ming Xiaoshu looked at Lu Yin with a much gentler gaze. You're lucky to be able to learn it. After His Majesty's birthday, you can stay in the manor. Lu Yin immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your promotion, Your Highness. Ming Xiaoshu nodded in satisfaction. Let's go and cross the Ming River. Ming Yan looked at Lu Yin curiously, pursed her lips and lowered the curtain. Yu Xianxia frowned. This person wasn't a trial taker, or else he wouldn't have known about such a small matter. Forget it, it was a waste of time. She was no longer interested in Lu Yin. Lu Yin sighed in relief. Fortunately, Wuxia had seen Crown Prince Ming Hao learn in front of Ming Xiaotian. Lu Yin had learned it on the spot and he had guessed correctly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to deal with this situation. He glanced at Yu Xianxia. Deep in the universe, in the Day-Night clan's prison, a grating voice woke Zhou Day-Night up. She raised her head, her face drained of all color. An old man walked in and looked down at her. What's your relationship with Astral Ten's Lu Yin? Zhou Day-Night looked at the old man and trembled. Nothing. Why did you help him? He did it to save me. The old man looked at her for a while. The Day-Night clan doesn't marry outsiders. You should know that. Zhou Day-Night whispered. I don't have that kind of relationship with Lu Yin. We've only met 3 times. The old man nodded. But I believe you. However, he was willing to reveal the 3rd Night King's secret for you, so he isn't heartless towards you. From today onwards, you are Night King Yuanjing's disciple. Zhou Day-Night looked up in shock. The 3rd Night King? The old man's lips curled up. That's right. This person provided information on the 3rd Night King in exchange for your acquittal. I agreed. Zhou Day-Night was stunned. The 3rd Night King? The Ming River was wide and its surface sparkled with light. It was divided into many channels and each channel was filled with large ships carrying people and goods. The Reverend King's household's fleet had taken over 5 of the channels, and the military was leading the way towards Antai City, the entrance to Ming Island. The large ships moved along with the undulations of the lake, but the ships were very stable. As a coachman, Lu Yin was not qualified to be on the same ship as the Reverend King and Ming Xiaoshu. However, there were some precious items that required coachmen to carry, and Lu Yin was honored to be named. Butler Seven's attitude towards Lu Yin had completely changed. He had gone from praising him in the beginning to being friendly and humble and even a little flattering. Lu Yin was amused as this was power. Even the slightest bit of kindness from Ming Xiaoshu would cause thousands of servants from the Reverend King's household to fawn over him, including the butler. Just as the ship was about to set sail, a group of people riding giant beasts rushed over from the shore, kicking up a cloud of dust. Student Bei Qing requests an audience with the Reverend King. A voice shouted from the shore. Lu Yin and the rest turned around to see a pale-faced scholar with a handsome face. He was dressed in long white robes and held a folding fan in his hand. He smiled at them. Bei Qing? Lu Yin vaguely recalled that this person was the son of some important person. So it's nephew Bei. Ming Xiaoshu walked out from the stern of the ship and smiled at Bei Qing. He raised a hand and a large deck was lowered. Nephew, you must be heading to the capital as well. Why don't we go together? Bei Qing was delighted and he bowed. Thank you, Your Highness. He did not stand on ceremony and boarded the large ship. On the other side of the luxurious ship, Ming Yan frowned in displeasure. What's wrong, princess? Yu Xianxia asked. Ming Yan replied softly, this Bei Qing once asked father to marry me but I don't like him. But, princess, you haven't come into contact with the outside world since you were young, right? Yu Xianxia asked curiously. Ming Yan gripped her teacup tightly and pursed her lips. His reputation isn't good. I've heard that he frequents brothels. Yu Xianxia nodded. Since that's the case, princess, let's not go out. We don't want to meet such a person. Ming Yan grunted in acknowledgement and turned to look at the lake. Suddenly her gaze shifted. Look. Why are there tree branches on the lake? Xianxia turned to look and her expression changed. Not good. There's an assassin at the bottom of the lake. The entire ship shook as waves of energy swept up and pierced through the bottom of the ship. White waves of energy erupted from the ship and swept across the area. Ming Xiaoxu's expression changed as he realized that he had been careless. He shifted his right foot to the side, and a majestic martial energy spread out from his foot to the bottom of the lake. There was a muffled boom as the entire lake boiled over. At this moment, Ming Xiaoxu was like a god that controlled the entire world. The air became heavy and Bei Qing was so frightened that he almost fainted. The surface of the lake quickly turned red as corpses floated up to the surface. These people had only attacked once and they had not had the chance to attack again. As a martial emperor, Ming Xiaoxu could crush all of them. There weren't many corpses on the surface of the lake, only a few dozen. However, they were scattered across a wide area, and there were even some at the bottom of the nearest river. These people seemed to have been trying to destroy the ship, but they had not been able to do so in time. They had underestimated Ming Xiaoxu's strength. Against such a powerhouse, numbers were meaningless. Check the other rivers to see if there are any remnants of the sect, Ming Xiaoxu barked. The surrounding troops immediately moved to seal off the Ming River, and even Antai City's troops were mobilized. Bei Qing leaned on the railing and heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that he was dead for sure as the pressure had been too great. Nephew, are you all right? Ming Xiaoxu looked at Bei Qing with concern. Bei Qing bowed. With your highness here, these rascals are just ants. I'm fine. Then he suddenly asked, right, your highness, where's the princess? Is she all right? Ming Xiaoxu waved a hand. Yener is fine. Don't worry, I'll arrange for someone to take you to rest. Bei Qing nodded, his face pale. Bei Qing was actually not weak as he was a martial king. He had used countless resources to accumulate his strength, and he had even reached the 132nd position on the list of tempering. However, he had too little experience and the number of battles he had fought since he was young had been limited. It was naturally difficult for him to adapt to the pressure of a martial emperor at such close range. Within the cabin, Ming Yan's face was pale as Xianxia hugged her. Princess, everything's fine now. Don't worry. Ming Yan nodded. Thank you, If not for you, I would have been in danger. Xianxia smiled. If not for you, you would have been sold to a brothel. Please don't be so courteous, princess. Yu's life belongs to you. Ming Yan forced a smile and held Xianxia's hand. The ship's hull had been slightly damaged, but fortunately it was not too serious. Ming Xiaoxu had acted too quickly, and those people had not been able to do much damage in time. In less than half a day the ship had been repaired and they could safely cross the river. These sect evildoers really don't know when to stop. They dare to do anything. They even dared to assassinate His Highness, Butler 7 said with lingering fear. He had almost been killed by a blast of energy. Lu Yin also appeared to be terrified. 7 Butler 7 How do you know that those people are sect evildoers? Butler 7 angrily replied, who else could it be? 1,000 years ago the Empire's strongest cultivator, Lord Ming Taizhong, ruled the world and wiped out all the sections. Since then there have been no more sects on the continent, and all the cultivation techniques have been handed over to the Empire. Although Lord Ming Taizhong perished together with the foreign cultivators, the current emperor is even more powerful. He fought until all sides submitted and no one dared to resist the Empire. Only these sect evildoers are hiding like rats, but they can still wreak havoc. I heard that there's a demon hunter society that specializes in dealing with sect evildoers? Lu Yin was curious. Butler 7 nodded. That's right. I don't know what the demon hunters society are doing, but they still haven't wiped out the sect evildoers after so many years. They're really useless. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Useless? Not necessarily. The Demon Hunters Society was useless without sect evildoers. As long as they weren't stupid, they wouldn't go all out to wipe out the sect evildoers. Chapter 269. Although Ming Lake was very wide, it was very fast to cross it. Soon, everyone saw Antai City and saw a large number of troops sealing off the shore. How unlucky. Ming Island has been sealed off and no cultivators are allowed to enter. Even people from the Reverend King's household have to wait for 2 days, someone said. Lu Yin's expression changed. Ming Island had been sealed off, which meant that he now knew why Xianxia had infiltrated the Reverend King's residence. If she followed the Reverend King's residence to Ming Island, she would not be discovered, and she would also be able to gather some information. However, the Frost Moon sect's influence on the Xinwu continent had been exposed to Lu Yin. The fact that they had been able to obtain news of Ming Island being sealed so many days in advance and had even been able to fake their identities to enter the Reverend King's residence showed that the Frost Moon sect was quite powerful. The caravan would have to wait on the ship for 2 days. The Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu had already left for Antai City. He didn't bring anyone with him, and even the princess Ming Yan was left behind on the ship. Lu Yin leaned against the goods and looked up at the sky. He didn't know when the weather had turned gloomy, but it was about to rain. On the deck, Ming Yan looked at the surface of the lake. Even though there was no sunlight and it was slightly gloomy, it was still better than being trapped in the cabin. She couldn't stand it either. Beside her, Xianxia stood silently. Not far away, Beiqing walked over. When he saw Ming Yan, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly bowed. Beiqing greets the princess. Ming Yan turned her head. Beiqing's eyes lit up at the sight of her beautiful face covered by a thin veil. Ming Yan frowned and subtly took 2 steps back. So it's Brother Bei. I heard that senior brother has been demoted to an official position. How do you have the time to return to the capital? Beiqing smiled and said, It's His Majesty's birthday. No matter how busy I am, I still have to come back. My father has repeatedly urged me to personally congratulate His Majesty on his birthday. Lord Bei is too kind, Ming Yan said politely, then turned her head away and stopped talking to Beiqing. Beiqing's gaze swept over Ming Yan's back. What a beautiful woman. The Empire's twin beauties indeed lived up to their reputation. She was much more beautiful than when she was young. He had to obtain this woman. He was the son of the Empire's Grand Secretary. Even the Crown Prince had to give him face. It would not be difficult to obtain this beautiful princess. Ming Yan frowned. She could feel the fiery gaze on her back. Feeling displeased, she turned around and returned to the cabin. Beiqing bowed again. Farewell, Your Highness. Xianxia glanced at Beiqing. Coincidentally, Beiqing also raised his head and met Xianxia's gaze. Xianxia smiled faintly and left with Ming Yan. This woman was not bad either. She was very beautiful. Beiqing was stunned by Fairy Yu's beauty and his heart swayed. Lu Yin stood at the corner and looked at Beiqing with some displeasure. This guy had set his sights on Ming Yan, and the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. With a casual wave of his hand, a gust of wind generated by pure strength swept past his feet, causing Beiqing to fall to the ground. He then turned and left. Beiqing cried out in alarm and fell to the ground. His expression was strange. What was going on? Ming Yan and Xianxia, who hadn't gone far, turned around and saw Beiqing's sorry figure on the ground. They smiled at each other and whispered something to each other before returning to the cabin. Sir, are you all right? Someone helped Beiqing up and asked with concern. Beiqing waved his hand and looked around. What was going on? Just now he had been tripped by a strange gust of wind, but how come the others were fine? There was no fluctuation of martial power, so it was not a sneak attack by a cultivator. This was strange. Beiqing quickly tossed this matter to the back of his mind and started thinking about how to get close to Ming Yan and Yue. He had invited Ming Yan to eat at noon and in the evening, which annoyed her to no end. Lu Yin was even more displeased now that someone else was flirting with the girl he liked. This feeling was rather uncomfortable. No, I can't let you have so much fun. His lips curled up as a playful look flashed across his eyes. The sky was dark and the surface of the lake reflected the white light. From time to time, fish would leap up and splash into the water. Beiqing drank his wine gloomily as he had been rejected multiple times. Ming Yan was one thing, but Yue was not giving him any face either. How preposterous. Who goes there? A low voice came from outside the cabin. I'm here on Miss Yue's orders to deliver something to Sir Bei. Beiqing's eyes lit up. Let him in. Lu Yin walked into Beiqing's cabin and respectfully raised his hand, revealing an exquisite sachet. Sir Bei, Miss Yue asked me to give this to you. Beiqing was pleasantly surprised. Yue, why didn't she give it to me herself? Lu Yin whispered, I'm not sure. Bei Qing looked at the sachet and her lips curled up. She was just shy and embarrassed, but the Empire valued a woman's reputation very much. It was already quite rare for her to give him a sachet, so she would not do anything else. All right, I understand. You can leave now. This is your reward. She then tossed him a marshal ticket, which was a paper ticket that was specially made to be worth 5 fortunes. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, sir. By the way, Miss said that you should keep this matter a secret. Even if you ask her, she won't admit it. Bei Qing smiled. Don't worry, I understand. Lu Yin left. Bei Qing took a deep whiff of the sachet with an intoxicated expression on his face. He knew how attractive he was to girls from small places like this. He was the son of one of the Empire's top military officials, and his status was not something that these girls from small places could hope to match. Coupled with his handsome appearance and extraordinary manner of speech, there were too many girls in the Empire who liked him. This Yuer was quite tactful and had delivered herself to him when he was feeling lonely. As long as she performed well, it was not impossible for him to accept her. Right, he could also use this woman to get closer to the princess. That was the main point. Men, bring my precious wine to Miss Yuer's room. Sir. Lu Yin smiled in the distance. Xianxia had caused trouble for him before, and now he wanted to give this woman some trouble as well. The sachet was indeed hers, and there was no way it could be faked. The next day the sky was still gloomy and the sky was gradually darkening. It felt like a storm was brewing. The lake had also cooled considerably. Ming Yan was chatting with Xianxia in her cabin when Bei Qing arrived outside. Princess, Bei Qing is here to invite you to lunch. Please don't decline. Ming Yan frowned and helplessly replied, all right, thank you. I'll be right there. Bei Qing was delighted. I'll be waiting for you, princess. Yuer, this person is so annoying, Ming Yan complained softly. Xianxia smiled. If you hate him, then why did you agree to eat with him? Ming Yan was helpless. Father's relationship with the crown prince is too bad. Although this Bei Qing is annoying, his father holds great power and has a certain amount of influence. Even if I don't like him, I can't cause trouble for father. Besides, I've already declined his invitation several times. If I decline again, I'll offend him. Xianxia looked at Ming Yan with pity. This seemingly noble and respectable princess could not even decide her own future. However, Ming Yan's words made Xianxia look at her in a new light. Xianxia had originally thought that this young princess was ignorant of the ways of the world and that she was just a pretty face. Xianxia's words, however, proved that this young princess had her own thoughts. Although she was very pure, it was only because she had too little contact with the outside world. She had her own determination. Princess, don't worry. We'll deal with him like this. Xianxia held Ming Yan's hand and comforted her gently. Ming Yan nodded and stood up. Even Xianxia was amazed by her beautiful figure. Perhaps only an ancient civilization like this could give birth to such a beautiful woman. Even Xianxia was envious of the person who would be able to marry this young princess in the future. He would definitely be the luckiest man in the world. A cold wind blew from the deck. Bei Qing had arranged for the meal to be held on the deck. He talked about the various histories of Ming Lake while imagining the future. He felt like he was passing judgment on the world, especially when Ming Yan and Xianxia arrived. He waved his hand and recited a poem. Sir's poetry has improved again. I'm sure you'll be able to amaze the entire city, a servant beside him praised. Bei Qing smiled faintly. When he saw Ming Yan and Xianxia arrive, he hurriedly stepped forward and gestured for them to sit. Princess, Miss Yuer, please sit. Xianxia hurriedly declined. Sir, you're too polite. I'm just a servant, so I'll just stand to the side and wait on you. Ming Yan hurriedly pulled Xianxia aside. Yuer, you're not a servant. She then led Xianxia to a seat. Bei Qing had also called Lu Yin over to serve him. Bei Qing had mistakenly thought that Lu Yin was one of Xianxia's trusted aides. With his experience as a womanizer, he naturally knew how to discreetly prove that he valued a woman. He even had someone change Lu Yin's clothes so that he would look more spirited. This meal was very important to Bei Qing, as it would determine whether or not he would be able to gain the favor of the two girls. During the meal, he tried his best to show off his erudite side, and the servants beside him would praise him from time to time. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. What an idiot. Ming Yan and Xianxia, on the other hand, were just eating. They practically ignored Lu Yin, and at most they would give him some face and smile so that he wouldn't feel so awkward. Bei Qing felt that something was amiss. The meal was almost over, but there was no progress in their relationship. He clapped his hands and a servant brought out an exquisite wooden box. Bei Qing placed it on the table and pushed it in front of Ming Yan. He said fervently, "Princess, this is a top-grade violet love pearl that I found in the endless Eastern Sea. It's very rare and I'll give it to you." Ming Yan was shocked. She had heard of the violet love pearl before, and it was rumored that wearing it would allow one to pray for their loved ones. It was a treasure that many girls dreamed of. She slowly opened the box and a purple light flashed past. A small round pearl appeared before her eyes, and it seemed to be translucent. There was even a mist rising from it. "Brother, your gift is too generous. Please take it back. I cannot accept it." Ming Yan resisted the temptation and closed the box before pushing it back to Bei Qing. Bei Qing smiled. "This pearl is very rare. I can't think of anyone else besides you who would be worthy of it." Sir only found this after searching the entire endless Eastern Sea. It's rumored that His Majesty wanted to find one to give to his beloved, but he couldn't find one. The servant behind Bei Qing continued to praise the pearl, but the moment he said this, everyone's expressions changed. This person was using Ming Zhaotian as a metaphor. Lu Yin looked at the servant with admiration. Bei Qing was about to scold him when another servant shouted, "Shut up! Are you saying that His Majesty is inferior to Sir? Or that His Majesty's sincerity is inferior to Sir? Leave." Lu Yin was speechless. This servant was even more ruthless. He was clearly saying that Bei Qing was a genius, and every sentence he said was pushing Bei Qing to his death. Chapter 270. Bei Qing was so angry that he couldn't speak. "Both of you leave and shut up for the next 10 days. Sir." The two quickly retreated in fear. After this incident, the precious violet radish love bead could not be given away no matter what. Bei Qing was not stupid and did not dare to give it away again. Otherwise it would be disrespectful to Ming Zhaotian. He secretly hated those two idiots for ruining his plans. "Brother, you and I have eaten our fill, so we'll go back and rest," Ming Yan said politely. Bei Qing quickly stood up and bowed. "Take care, Your Highness." Bei Qing cursed as he watched the two girls leave. Those two bastards had ruined his plans, and if word of this reached the ears of others, it might bring trouble to the Bei family. Lu Yin coughed and whispered, "Sir Bei, there's no need to be angry. Everyone here is from the Reverend King's residence." Bei Qing's heart skipped a beat. That's right, everyone here is from the Reverend King's residence. The Reverend King's residence was far from the capital, and they didn't have much contact with the Bei family's political enemies. But Lu Yin hesitated. Bei Qing was shocked. "But what? Tell me." Lu Yin respectfully replied, "But it's said that the Crown Prince's men are hiding in the residence. I don't know if that's true or not." Bei Qing's heart sank as he felt like he had stepped on thin air. His father had only been able to sit firmly in his position because of his neutral stance. If the Crown Prince found out about this, it would be troublesome. Although the other princes were no threat to the Crown Prince, the Crown Prince was not young, and it was inevitable that he would clash with His Majesty. There were many rumors in the capital that the Crown Prince wanted to ascend the throne early, and he had the support of many ministers. Bei Qing's head hurt. He had actually led these two idiots into digging such a huge hole for him. He wanted nothing more than to throw the violet love beads into the lake. Forget it, now wasn't the time to think about this. He scanned his surroundings, wondering if the Crown Prince's men were really here. "You did well. This is your reward." Bei Qing gave him another martial ticket, one that was worth much more than the previous one. He immediately thanked him. "Right, why didn't Miss You react to me today?" Bei Qing was puzzled. Lu Yin respectfully replied, "In front of the princess." "Oh, that's right. The princess is present. Then can I go look for Miss Yu? Bei Qing hesitated. Lu Yin replied, "I've been with Miss Yu for quite some time, and she once said that the man she's looking for has to be stronger than her or more cultured than her. Otherwise, how can he conquer her?" Bei Qing's eyes lit up. "Alright, I like challenges. Since you said that, I'll reward you." He then gave Lu Yin another martial ticket before turning to leave. This young master of an aristocratic family was not stupid, but he was simply too full of himself. He really believed that a girl would fall in love with him at first sight. However, this was the Xinwu continent and Beijing had a special status, so such a thing might happen. Not long after, a piece of news spread around. Beijing was challenging you, Lu Yin was left speechless. So direct? At this moment, Yu Xianxia felt as if she had seen a ghost. Beijing had inexplicably rushed over to fight her. Was he crazy? How did you offend Beijing? Ming Yan hurriedly asked Yu Xianxia. Yu Xianxia shook her head with a confused look on her face. I don't know. He came over himself and said that he wanted to compete with me. Ming Yan was furious. What's wrong with that person? You're not even an expert on the list of tempering, so why would he challenge you? I'll go look for him. Yu Xianxia hurriedly pulled Ming Yan back. Forget it, princess. I've already rejected him, so let him be. Ming Yan snorted. This person was crazy. Yu Xianxia had clearly underestimated Beijing's patience. From the moment she had rejected him, Beijing had been certain that he would be able to conquer her. He had continued to pester her even after entering Ontai City, and it seemed as if he would not let go no matter what. Ming Yan was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Yu Xianxia wanted nothing more than to kill him. On the night that they entered Ontai City, a torrential downpour fell, trapping the Reverend King's entourage within the city. Ming Island was sealed off and no cultivators were allowed to enter. Even the people from the Reverend King's residence were carefully checked before they were allowed to enter. Yu Xianxia looked at the endless rain outside. Her goal had been achieved, and she had successfully infiltrated the Reverend King's residence into Ming Island. Now all that was left was to leave. Dong dong dong, Monsieur, are you there? I'm Beijing. Yu Xianxia was furious. This despicable bastard. Why was he always pestering her? She had already changed her appearance and was far inferior to the princess, so why was he still pestering her? One moment he wanted to compete in martial arts and the next moment he wanted to compete in literary skills. Sir Beijing has the appearance of a willow and she's also the princess maid. Why are you pestering her to compete in martial arts? Yu Xianxia asked Beijing. Beijing was taken aback and he did not understand. It had been 2 days since he had pestered this woman. Was that not enough to show his sincerity? She was the one who had given him the pouch first. Fine, since she still had this attitude, then don't blame me. Just as he was about to take out the pouch to question her, the Ontai City Lord arrived and requested an audience with Beijing. Monsieur, please rest. I'll go meet the guest, Beijing said politely. Yu Xianxia nodded and closed the door. This person was so annoying. Ontai City was the closest to Ming Lake, and it was rich in seafood, especially during heavy rain. A delicacy called oolong fish would swim out of the lake and attract countless people to fish. Lu Yin was called over by Beijing. What's going on? Is this pouch yours? Beijing's expression was ugly as he asked loudly. Lu Yin respectfully replied, Of course it's Monsieur's. If that's the case, then why is she ignoring me? Beijing was displeased. Lu Yin lowered his head. I don't know about that, but I have a plan that you can try. Hurry up and tell me. Beijing urged. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. He had been thinking about his next move since yesterday. He could not hide in the Reverend King's residence for this trial, as that would be meaningless, and he would not be able to find anyone from the Day-Night clan. It was better to rely on someone else and walk another path, and Beijing was the person he had chosen. At first he had only wanted to tease Beijing and Yu Xianxia, but now he really wanted to raise his status in Beijing's heart. This person was someone who even the Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu treated with respect. It's raining heavily in Ontai City, so you can invite the princess and Monsieur to go fishing. I've heard that the oolong fish here are famous throughout the continent, and they're top-quality delicacies. Monsieur comes from a remote area, so I'm sure she'll be interested. Beijing's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. All right, we'll do as you say. He then looked Lu Yin up and down. You're not bad, much better than those 2 idiotic servants of mine. Are you interested in following me? Lu Yin was delighted. Thank you for your interest, sir. I'm willing. Beijing nodded in satisfaction. After His Majesty's birthday celebration, come find me at the Grand Council residence. Thank you, sir, Lu Yin said gratefully. Lu Yin smiled as he watched Bei Qing leave. Once he entered the Grand Council residence, would he still be afraid of not being able to make a name for himself? No matter how bad his performance was, he could still steal secret documents from the Grand Council residence, which would add points to his results. However, Lu Yin was still racking his brains for a way to impersonate Xianxia and talk nonsense with Bei Qing. On the other side, Bei Qing had left Antai City and was heading to Mingdu overnight. Lu Yin's efforts had all been for naught. Bei Qing's sudden departure is related to the letter he received. It should be from his father, Bei Hong. Needless to say, it's definitely because he's not allowed to interact with the Reverend King's residence, Tang Si said respectfully as he stood in front of Ming Zhaoshu. Ming Zhaoshu's gaze was cold. There's another reason. Someone told him about Yen. Tang Si was shocked. Could it be someone from the Crown Prince's residence? Ming Zhaoshu nodded. Ming Hao doesn't want us to form a relationship with Bei Hong. That's the only effective way. A woman's reputation was extremely important on Shenwu continent. No matter how much Bei Qing liked Ming Yen, once her reputation was tarnished, he could no longer pester her. Your Highness, then. Tang Si was in a difficult position. Ming Zhaoshu raised a hand and looked at Tang Si. Go and call Lu Qi over. Tang Si was puzzled. Lu Qi, Vouchman. Ming Zhaoshu's lips curled up. Call him over. Yes. Not long after, Lu Yin was brought to a study. He did not understand why Ming Zhaoshu wanted to see him. Coachman Lu Qi greets your highness. Enter. Ming Zhaoshu's dignified voice rang out. Lu Yin pushed the door open and stepped in. He bowed slightly. Your highness. Ming Zhaoshu waved his hand and the door closed. An invisible wave swept out and sealed off the entire study. At that moment, Lu Yin almost lost control of himself and attacked. But he forced himself to control himself. Trembling slightly, he asked, Your Highness, what orders do you have for me? Ming Zhaoshu stared at Lu Yin and said coldly, Bei Qing values you greatly. Lu Yin was shocked and his expression turned fearful. Your Highness, I don't know what you mean by this. Ming Zhaoshu raised a hand, revealing a sachet. When he saw it, Lu Yin's pupils shrank and his muscles tensed up. He was prepared to flee at any moment. I've seen and heard everything you've done during this period of time. Do you still want to hide it? Ming Zhaoshu asked coldly. Lu Yin lowered his head and his eyes flickered. Heard? Could it be a domain? This person had actually comprehended a domain. Even among the countless powerhouses in the Innerverse, those who had comprehended a domain could be counted on one hand. The Astral Combat Academy included the top elites of the universe's younger generation, but there were less than 20 people who had comprehended a domain. Lu Yin could not understand how Ming Zhaoshu had managed to do so. The atmosphere was strangely silent. Lu Yin did not speak. He adjusted his breathing and was prepared to act at any moment. Ming Zhaoshu looked at him for a while and then put down the sachet. You're not bad. Lu Yin looked up in surprise and gave Ming Zhaoshu a puzzled look. A hint of a smile appeared in Ming Zhaoshu's cold eyes. You were able to establish a relationship with Bei Qing in such a short period of time. If he hadn't left at the last minute, you might have been able to establish a deeper relationship with him. You're very smart and you're not content with being in hiding. Lu Yin hurriedly said, I was wrong. Ming Zhaoshu shook his head. You weren't wrong. No one is willing to be poor for the rest of their lives. You walked out of your narrow world and learned the techniques that His Majesty and I created together. These are your opportunities. You were able to contact Bei Qing. This is your ability. You are a person with both ability and opportunity. Chapter 271. When he heard Ming Zhaoshu's words, Lu Yin lowered his head, not daring to answer. Are you willing to serve me, 7th Lu? Ming Zhaoshu suddenly shouted as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's mind shook. It was that pressure again. Explorers might not be able to accurately attack one's spiritual force, but their bodies had already undergone a metamorphosis, and they could naturally exert pressure on those below them. This was why many geniuses were unable to challenge explorers, but it had no effect on Lu Yin. I'm willing to serve you, Your Highness. Lu Yin pretended to be paralyzed and hastily declared his position. Ming Zhaoshu nodded in satisfaction. Good. Raise your head. Lu Yin looked up and a gust of wind blew against his face. His expression changed and he once again resisted the urge to attack. A strange fragrance was inhaled into his body, causing him to feel numb. This is my secret medicine. It can increase your strength and senses, but there are side effects as well. You must absorb it every once in a while or you'll turn into a puddle of blood, Ming Xiaoshu said coldly. Lu Yin trembled. Your Highness, I know my mistake. I've already said that you weren't wrong. Help me with something and I'll permanently remove this medicine. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Ming Xiaoshu stood up and walked to Lu Yin's side, whispering, Enter the Crown Prince's residence. Lu Yin was shocked. The Crown Prince's residence? Ming Xiaoshu's gaze was cold. You've been to Qianshan village and you've unknowingly formed a connection with the royal family. You're also very smart, so you should have the ability to enter the Crown Prince's residence and gradually gain Ming Hao's trust. Manager Wuxia died a while ago, so this is your chance. I understand, Your Highness, Lu Yin replied. Wuxia had died. As expected, this person had found out the location of the 5 sealing planets' nodes and had been threatened. It would be strange if he hadn't died. Ming Xiaoshu was very satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. The key was that this secret medicine could not be removed without a certain level of strength. Lu Yin was just an ordinary person, and he should know that even if he told Ming Hao about it, Ming Hao would not remove the medicine for him. This was a dead end. If you complete this task well, I'll betroth you to you, Ming Xiaoshu said indifferently. Lu Yin looked up in surprise. Ming Xiaoshu smiled. Do you think that only young masters like Bei Qing can obtain your? I promise you that Yu'er will never leave the palace, nor will she be married off to anyone else. She's yours. This Ming Xiaoshu's grasp of human nature was terrifying. If Lu Yin had been an ordinary coachman, he would have felt his blood boil. He was now qualified to obtain the woman that he had once looked up to. Normal people would not be able to understand this kind of mentality. Poison and beauty were Ming Xiaoshu's methods. All right, you can leave now, Ming Xiaoshu said indifferently. Lu Yin bowed and retreated. Just as he reached the door, Ming Xiaoshu's voice rang out again. I'll have you leave before we reach the capital and I'll send someone to contact you. There's one more thing you need to remember. Don't try to be smart and don't ever meddle in my master's affairs. Lu Yin bowed and left the study. Outside the door, Tang Si looked at him coldly. Lu Yin bowed once more and left. Tang Si watched Lu Yin's departing figure and stepped into the study. Is that really necessary, Your Highness? Ming Xiaoshu smiled. This kid is very clever, ambitious and lucky. Let him try his luck at the Crown Prince's residence. Perhaps he'll reap some unexpected benefits. He paused for a moment before continuing. Besides, he's already connected to Bei Qing, and this connection might help us in the future. Bei Qing won't care about him. To Bei Qing, he's just a slave who's asking for a reward, Tang Si said. Ming Xiaoshu smiled. It doesn't matter if I don't care. That connection is enough. Elsewhere, Lu Yin was far away from the study, deep in thought. The Crown Prince's residence held no attraction for him, as its greatest secret was the location of the 5 sealing planets. After the incident with Wuxia, Ming Hao would definitely increase the level of protection for this secret. It would be difficult for Lu Yin to obtain it with his own strength, so there was no need for him to go to the Crown Prince's residence. As for the poison, he had his own ways to force it out. Now he was thinking about Ming Xiaoshu. According to Wuxia's memories and the rumors, the Reverend King Ming Xiaoshu was a straightforward and upright person who was loyal to Emperor Ming Xiaotian. He cared about the country and took care of the people. His only flaw was that he was weak in martial arts. His elder brother Ming Xiaotian was not much older than Lu Yin, but he was already a martial god. Even the Crown Prince Ming Hao was a martial emperor, but Ming Xiaoshu was still a martial emperor. It was said that he could not even compare to Ming Hao. This was Ming Xiaoshu's only flaw. However, if this person had comprehended a domain, then things would be different. Lu Yin did not believe that someone who had comprehended a domain would be weak. Furthermore, Ming Xiaoshu had a very precise grasp of human nature, and he had even allowed Bei Qing to pursue Ming Yan. From this, Lu Yin could see that Ming Xiaoshu was extremely shrewd. Ming Xiaoshu was definitely not a simple person, and he had concealed himself far too deeply. Everyone knew that the Reverend King's residence had been targeted by Crown Prince Ming Hao, and many people had been sent to infiltrate it. When Lu Yin had first heard about this, he had felt that it was strange. Ming Hao was not stupid and he had sent people to spread the news throughout the city. Now however Lu Yin felt that this was more likely Ming Zhaoshu's plan to suppress Ming Hao's reputation. Of course this was all just Lu Yin's guess and he was just imagining things. However it could also be true. Lu Yin pondered over this as he walked and he accidentally bumped into someone at a corner. Ah! There was a cry of surprise, and Lu Yin subconsciously reached out to grab the woman in front of him who was about to be knocked down. He wrapped his arms around her waist and a sweet fragrance wafted over. It was very familiar. Was this Ming Yan? Time seemed to stop as Lu Yin hugged Ming Yan and stared at her in the corner. Xianxia was the first to react and she slapped Lu Yin's shoulder to push him back. How dare you blaspheme the princess? Lu Yin took a few steps back and lowered his head to apologize. Ming Yan looked at Lu Yin strangely. You're that coachman? You're called Lu 7, right? Yes, I'm Lu 7, Lu Yin hurriedly replied. Ming Yan looked at him strangely. Raise your head. Lu Yin was speechless as Ming Zhaoshu had said the same thing. He slowly raised his head and feigned fear as he looked at Ming Yan. Ming Yan stared into his eyes, and a ripple appeared in her eyes as if she was thinking about something. How dare you stare at the princess? Xianxia shouted and raised her hand again, but Ming Yan hurriedly stopped her. It's fine. Go. Xianxia glared fiercely at Lu Yin before leaving with Ming Yan. Ever since Lu Yin had displayed those techniques, she no longer cared about him, as she believed that he was a native of the Shenwu continent. Furthermore, she hadn't felt any martial power in that palm strike. Lu Yin lowered his head and waited for the two women to leave before looking up and rubbing his shoulder. Fortunately, that woman had not used too much strength, or else he would not have been able to hide the fact that he was not injured. 2 days later, the sun shone brightly as white mist rose into the air and fresh air spread across the land. The Reverend King's convoy left Antai City and continued towards the center of Ming Island. Not long after they left Antai City, a crack spread across the sky and into the forest in the distance. At the same time a few figures rapidly descended. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. It was a trial taker. Your Highness! Tang Si shouted. Ming Zhaoshu flew out from his carriage. Don't move. I'll take care of it. He then raised a hand and a majestic martial power distorted the void and pressed down in all directions. In the distance, a similar majestic force appeared and resisted Ming Zhaoshu's attack. There's actually a martial emperor here? You're courting death. Ming Zhaoshu leapt out and charged into the distance. Just as Ming Zhaoshu left, dozens of figures rushed out from underground. Tang Si shouted, "Kill the sex remnants." The entire convoy was thrown into chaos. The sex remnants had taken advantage of Ming Zhaoshu's pursuit of the trial takers to attack the convoy. Butler 7 hid under the carriage and trembled. They were in the middle of the convoy and were surrounded by soldiers, so they were temporarily safe. Suddenly, a sharp slash streaked across the sky. Tang Si leapt up and stabbed out with his spear. With a bang, a shockwave crushed the ground and killed dozens of people. Tang Si was forced back by more than 10 steps and he looked over in shock. This was a trial taker, a Limiter from the Innerverse. Many of the Innerverse's great powers nurtured powerful disciples, and this person's strength was comparable to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. Being able to force Tang Si back proved that he had the strength to enter the top 16 of the Astral Combat Academy. Further away, the battle between Ming Zhaoshu and the explorer grew more and more intense. The cracks in the ground even spread to the convoy, splitting it in two. Lu Yin and the rest were separated from Tang Si. Blood spurted out from underground and Xianxia's eyes narrowed. There's still someone underground. As soon as she spoke, more than 10 experts attacked the carriage. Lu Yin clenched his fists and watched the scene unfold. The carriage was overturned and Xianxia carried Ming Yan out. She coldly looked ahead as more than 10 martial kings attacked. Xianxia pushed Ming Yan to the side of the carriage. Protect the princess. The intense battle spread out in all directions. A blast of energy tore through the void and shot towards Ming Yan. Lu Yin grabbed her and pulled her into his embrace. Be careful. Ming Yan lay in Lu Yin's embrace and looked up at him. Her eyes wandered as she softly asked, "Why are you following us?" Lu Yin was stunned. "Princess, what are you talking about?" Ming Yan pursed her lips. "Why are you following us?" There was a soft whooshing sound as Xianxia forced back several martial kings. She was about to rush over when she was stopped by someone else. Lu Yin and Ming Yan were surrounded by experts from the Reverend King's residence. Compared to the convoy, the princess's safety was more important. Despite the chaotic battle, Ming Yan remained fearless as she stared at Lu Yin. What exactly do you want? Lu Yin? Lu Yin was stunned. You know me. Someone else told me your name. You're Lu Yin. Why are you following us? Ming Yan stared at him, her beautiful face filled with stubbornness. It wasn't that she didn't understand the importance of having one's reputation destroyed in this era, but she didn't want to think too much about it. What had already happened, and she didn't want to be looked down upon. She could act as if nothing had happened in front of anyone else, but not this man in front of her. He was the one who had destroyed her reputation, and she would never be able to shake him off in this lifetime. He had harmed her and disturbed her mental state, making it so that she couldn't even dream in peace. She had already dreamt of him for more than 10 days. Chapter 272. Lu Yin could not speak. He could see the stubbornness, grievance, anger and other indescribable emotions in Ming Yan's eyes. What else could he say? I'm sorry. Ming Yan's eyes dimmed. Leave. Don't come near us again or my father won't let you off. He doesn't know who I am, Lu Yin said. Ming Yan shook her head. You underestimate my father too much, whether it's you or you. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. You know. Ming Yan's lips curled up as she smiled. Lu Yin, do you think that a native like me is stupid? Lu Yin was stunned. Stupid? He seemed to have misjudged this girl. She was kind and beautiful, but she was definitely not stupid. In terms of quick-wittedness, she surpassed most people. Xianxia had used the power behind her to forge an identity. Even if the Reverend King was suspicious, he would still investigate. However, Ming Yan was certain that she was much smarter than the Reverend King. How did you recognize me? Lu Yin asked. He was very curious. Ming Yan blushed. You have my scent on you. She then struggled out of Lu Yin's embrace. Xianxia had already finished her battle, and she had shown that she was not weak. His arms were empty and Lu Yin's heart felt empty as well. He looked at Ming Yan and his heart surged. He suddenly had the urge to trample the world beneath his feet and pull her into his embrace. This girl had touched his heart. Princess, are you all right? Xianxia asked nervously. Ming Yan shook her head and glanced at Lu Yin. She pointed at Xianxia and stuck out her tongue. It was an adorable sight. Lu Yin was stunned. She looked back and smiled. She was so beautiful. Ming Yan giggled when she saw Lu Yin's dazed expression. She then turned back. Xianxia did not see this. She kept a close eye on her surroundings, afraid that another attack would occur. When the battle in the distance ended, the ambush finally came to an end. The remaining sect members were all dead and 2 of the trial takers had died. The explorer had escaped and Ming Zhaoshu had not been able to catch him. Yan, are you all right? Ming Zhaoshu looked at his daughter with concern. Ming Yan shook her head. I'm fine with yours protection. Ming Zhaoshu grunted. Pack up the caravan and continue forward. Butler 7 finally crawled out from under the carriage, still in shock. Butler 7, are you all right? Lu Yin asked with concern. Butler 7 felt awkward and coughed. Well, I've already checked. There are no sect remnants hiding under the car, so you can rest assured. Lu Yin was speechless. What an exquisite reason. The Reverend King's residence's convoy wasn't the only one that had been attacked. All of the convoys in the Shenwu Empire that were heading to the Radiant City had been attacked as well. Most of them were from the remnants of the sects, which put the Demon Hunters Society in a very passive position. It was their mission to deal with the remnants of the sects, but now the remnants of the sects were becoming more and more rampant. Even the Crown Prince Ming Hao was furious. Ming Zhaotian's birthday was approaching, and it seemed that someone wanted to add blood to this grand occasion. All of this had nothing to do with Lu Yin. Right now he only wished that this journey would never end. Ming Yan's existence had made him forget many things, and when their gazes met, his heart would race. It was a beautiful feeling. Unfortunately, no matter how much he hoped the time would come. More than 10 days later the caravan finally stopped. Your Highness, we'll reach the capital once we cross the mountain pass up ahead, Tang Si reported. Ming Zhaoshu grunted in acknowledgement and glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded and left the convoy under Tang Si's arrangements. He wanted to head to the capital alone and find a way to join the crown prince's residence. Before he left, he looked at the carriage with great reluctance. He didn't know when they would meet again. This was a foreign continent that was constantly under surveillance, and he didn't know if he would be able to return or even leave this place alive. Lu Yin sighed and left in the end. Within the carriage, Ming Yan looked outside through the gauze curtains with a melancholy expression. "What's wrong, Yan?" Ming Zhaoshu asked curiously. Ming Yan shook her head and said bitterly, "Father, will the enmity between us and the outsiders never be resolved?" Ming Zhaoshu was surprised. "Why do you ask?" "I'm just curious. This war has been going on for too long," Ming Yan replied softly. Ming Zhaoshu sighed. 1,000 years ago a powerhouse was born on the mainland, and that powerhouse was Ming Taijung, the uncle of my brother and I. With his help, the empire was invincible and even tore open a spatial portal in an attempt to create a new era of glory. Unfortunately, the outsiders were attracted and uncle perished. The 5 sealing planets sealed the mainland, and for the past 1,000 years, countless powerhouses have died in battle to protect the 5 sealing planets. This blood debt cannot be resolved. Ming Yan's eyes dimmed and she gripped her handkerchief tightly. Every family has someone who died at the hands of the outsiders. Regardless of whether it's the empire, the remnants of the sects, or the natives of the islands in the endless East Sea, everyone has a common enemy in the form of the outsiders. Once discovered, they will be killed without mercy. Ming Yan's heart trembled and her face paled. 1,000 years of enmity could not be resolved, but she wanted to resolve it. Perhaps to the people of the mainland she was a traitor. Ming Zhaoshu looked at his daughter tenderly. "I know you're kind, but this is 1,000 years of enmity. Don't think too much about it. Everything will be decided by me." Ming Yan looked at Ming Zhaoshu and lowered her head. "Father, I don't want to get married." Ming Zhaoshu frowned. "Why?" Then, as if remembering something, he said, "Don't worry, Yan. I will think of a way to restore your reputation. I won't let you suffer." "I'm sorry, father." Ming Yan's tone was bleak. Ming Zhaoshu sighed and patted her shoulder. He didn't think too much about it, as he assumed that his daughter was worried about her reputation and was unwilling to part with him. The capital was surrounded by mountains, and 4 towering peaks protected the entire city, forming an impenetrable fortress. It was rumored that there were martial sovereigns overseeing each peak to protect the capital. Lu Yin shuttled through the forest and looked up at the distant peaks. He stopped and leaped up, sitting cross-legged on a large tree and beginning to detoxify the poison. Although the poison that Ming Zhaoshu had given him was vicious, it was only effective against ordinary people. Normal martial kings would not be able to force it out, but it was not difficult for Lu Yin. Half an hour later, Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. The black blood corroded the tree trunk, emitting a screeching sound. Lu Yin wiped the corner of his mouth and tried to feel his blood. Unfortunately, while this poison could improve his 5 senses and strength, the side effects were too great. Otherwise, it would have been a great tonic. Just as he was about to descend from the tree, his expression changed. He saw a figure quickly shuttling through the distance, but he did not move. Soon after, a beautiful figure flashed past him. Lu Yin was shocked to see that it was Xianxia. She had also left the Reverend King's convoy. Xianxia had joined the Reverend King's convoy in order to enter the sealed Ming Island and avoid the Ming vanguard that was constantly searching for outsiders. Now that she had reached the capital, she had achieved her goal, so she naturally would not follow the Reverend King's convoy. It was a pity for Ming Yan, as Xianxia quite liked this pure and kind girl. Just as she passed by the tree that Lu Yin was hiding in, Xianxia suddenly paused and turned to look at a nearby tree trunk that had been corroded by the poisonous blood. Her gaze trembled and she turned back to look at the top of the tree where Lu Yin was hiding. Lu Yin knew that he had been discovered, so he leaped down and stood opposite of her. "It's you!" Xianxia exclaimed, as she had never expected to run into this coachman here. Lu Yin's appearance had not changed, as he still looked like Lu 7. "Monsieur, I didn't think that we would meet here." Xianxia stared at Lu Yin and sternly asked, "Who are you? You're definitely not an ordinary person." Lu Yin shrugged. "Take a guess." Xianxia snorted. "You're courting death." She then sent a palm strike towards Lu Yin. Her pure white palm transformed and sealed off the surrounding area, forming palm shadows that caused the void to ripple. Lu Yin raised his own palm at the same time and accurately struck down all of the palm shadows that Xianxia had created. There was a loud bang and the shockwave from the collision crushed the ground and caused a dozen or so trees to collapse. Xianxia was forced back by Lu Yin's palm strike and her face paled. She was the young mistress of the Frost Moon sect and a top expert of the universe's younger generation. Although she could not compare to those freakish geniuses, she was still not someone that the average person could go up against. Although there were many powerhouses on the Xinwu continent, only the top 10 or even the top 5 on the list of tempering could match up to her. "Who are you?" Xianxia shouted as she stared at Lu Yin warily. Lu Yin smiled and used flash to appear beside Xianxia. He then used the 96th form of the Sky Beast Claw and the void howled as he pressed down on Xianxia. Xianxia's gaze turned cold as a clear moon appeared on her forehead. Chilling moon. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his entire body as his Sky Beast Claw was frozen to the point of cracking. He took a step back and watched in astonishment. This was Xianxia's innate gift. Cold moon. Frigid mountain ice plum palm. Xianxia used cold moon to freeze everything around her, causing even the air to freeze. She then sent a palm strike towards Lu Yin, causing everything within a kilometer to turn into a plum blossom imprint that changed the weather. Lu Yin easily dodged her attack. During the astral combat tournament, Xianxia had been defeated by Sharon. Sharon had easily broken through the battle techniques that she had learned from Blackwater Lake and instantly defeated her. At that time, Xianxia had not been able to use so many battle techniques, and her innate gift had only appeared briefly. Now she had displayed all of her innate gifts, but they were still useless against Lu Yin. He was so fast that he could tear through the void. Although he could not tear through the space of the Xinwu continent, he was still not someone that Xianxia's attacks could touch. The more Xianxia fought, the more shocked she became. This person's strength had far exceeded her expectations, and he was at least as strong as one of the top 16 in the astral combat tournament. The Xinwu continent really could not be underestimated. She did not hesitate to use her strongest battle technique, the one that she had inherited from Blackwater Lake, Water God's Robe. Her martial power imitated the flow of water as it spun around her. Lu Yin leaped back and calmly watched. The vortex grew larger and larger until all the trees within a kilometer were crushed to dust. The ground sank and even the clouds in the sky were swept away. This strange phenomenon attracted the attention of many passers-by. Xianxia stood in the center of the vortex and stared at Lu Yin coldly. "Speak. Who are you or you'll die?" Lu Yin's lips curled up as 9 stars appeared on the surface of his body. He watched the vortex and slowly approached it. Xianxia frowned. "You're courting death." Lu Yin stepped into the vortex and in the next instant, a shocking 4-lined battle force appeared. He forcefully withstood the tearing force of the vortex and easily walked up to Xianxia. He was now only half a meter away from her. "Do you still want to fight?" Chapter 273. Xianxia's eyes flickered as she stared at Lu Yin in shock. This scene was extremely familiar. During the astral combat tournament, Sharon had easily walked up to her and defeated her. Now the same thing was happening again. The only difference was that Sharon had used his domain to dissolve the attack, while this person had used his battle force to withstand it. You little 7 Lu. You're Lu Yin?" Lu Yin's face changed back to his original appearance. "Long time no see, Xianxia." The whirlpool around them dissipated and Xianxia closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her face had changed back to the beautiful Xianxia, the young mistress of the Frost Moon sect. "Long time no see, brother Lu. Come with me," Lu Yin said before turning to leave. The battle here would definitely attract many people, and it might even attract the Ming vanguard, so he could not stay here any longer. Xianxia did not want to be with Lu Yin. Trial takers were enemies and no one wanted to be with someone who could decide their own fate. However, she had no other choice. Lu Yin could kill her with a single move. 10 minutes later, Lu Yin and Xianxia stood facing each other by a stream. "I never thought that little 7 Lu would be Lu Yin. No wonder you looked so familiar." "Thanks to you I was almost discovered by Ming Zhaoshu," Lu Yin teased. Xianxia smiled bitterly. "Sorry brother Lu. I was just testing you. I didn't want to cause you any trouble." Lu Yin smiled. "I'm curious as to why Xianxia came to Mingdu." Xianxi's expression changed slightly and she stared at Lu Yin. This has nothing to do with Brother Lu. We're both trial takers, so we shouldn't interfere with each other's business. How about that? Lu Yin smiled. But you've already caused me trouble. Because of you, I've been targeted by Ming Zhaoshu, and he sent me to the Crown Prince's residence as a spy. You should know what kind of place the Crown Prince's residence is. If I'm not careful, I might even lose my life. This is the trouble you've caused me. Don't you plan on compensating me? Brother Lu, you think too highly of the people of Shenwu continent. With your strength, you should be fine as long as you don't run into a martial sovereign. There are definitely no martial sovereigns in Mingdu at the moment, and they're all defending the 5 sealing planets. Xianxia changed the subject. Let's not beat around the bush. Don't force me to kill you. Xianxia clenched her fists as her eyes flickered. Killing intent flashed across her eyes, but it quickly dissipated. She was no match for the man before her, so she helplessly said, Brother Lu Sr., are you really going to bully your junior? Lu Yin frowned. This won't work on me. Tell me your plan. What plan? Xianxia asked in confusion. The closer he got to Xianxia, the stronger the killing intent in his eyes. I've already told you, don't force me to kill you. The Frost Moon sect definitely has people hiding on the continent for 1,000 years, and your identity is a fake. You must have a motive for entering Mingdu, and I really want to know what it is. Xianxia helplessly replied, Brother Lu, even if there's an ulterior motive, it's my Frost Moon sect's business. It has nothing to do with you. Just curious, Lu Yin casually replied. Xianxia was taken aback and she smiled bitterly. Brother Lu is really straightforward. Alright, I'll tell you. I'll be joining the Demon Hunters Society once I'm in Mingdu. The Demon Hunters Society? What are you going to do there? Aside from the 2 fixed missions, the Shenwu continent's trial results are all based on one's performance. The Demon Hunters Society is a killing organization that specializes in dealing with the remnants of sections. As long as you join, your results will definitely improve significantly. Brother Lu entered the continent's trial for the sake of his results, so he can't really be thinking about completing those 2 missions. That's impossible, and it's better for people to be realistic, Xianxia said in a serious tone. Lu Yin nodded. You're right. Xianxia's eyes lit up. As long as Brother Lu doesn't obstruct our Frost Moon sect, we're willing to create an identity for you to infiltrate the Demon Hunters Society. That should be enough to improve your results. You're willing to let me follow you? Lu Yin was curious. Xianxia smiled. Of course. My goal is only to join the Demon Hunters Society and nothing else. Brother Lu, you'll be able to take care of me. Aside from the Demon Hunters Society, where else can you help me join? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia thought about it. Aside from the Imperial Palace and the Crown Prince's residence, anywhere else should be fine. There shouldn't be any problems in the short term, and even if there are any, it'll be several months later. I want to join the Ming Constables. Xianxia was shocked. The Ming Constables? Why do you want to join them? The Ming Constables were an organization that specialized in killing trial takers. Lu Yin naturally wanted to join them to search for the Day-Night clan, but he would not tell her that. The Ming Constables are more difficult than the Demon Hunters Society, so my results should not be too bad. I want to join the Outerverse Youth Council, and the Ming Constables are the minimum. You want to join the Outerverse Youth Council? Xianxia was confused. Brother Lu, you're a member of the Council of Astral Academy. Why would you want to join the Outerverse Youth Council? It's none of your business, Lu Yin replied indifferently. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin carefully and thought about it. The Ming Constables aren't the Demon Hunters Society. With our fake identities, the Demon Hunters Society will need 2 months to discover the flaws, but the Ming Constables will need at most 1 month. Are you sure? Lu Yin nodded. All right. Xianxia took out a letter from her cosmic ring and handed it to Lu Yin. Give this letter to the Ming Constables and you can join. Everything is written in great detail and you can continue using the name 7 Lu or whatever you want. It doesn't matter, but the authenticity of this letter will be determined in a month at most. Don't blame me for not warning you, but there are martial sovereigns in the Ming Constables. Lu Yin took the letter and opened it to take a look. He did not completely believe Xianxia's words. She had just said that there were no martial sovereigns in the Ming Constables, but now she was saying that there were martial sovereigns in the Ming Constables. This woman was dishonest. The contents of the letter shocked Lu Yin. Everything about him was described in great detail, and it was even stamped with the seal of the previous Ming constables. There were also a series of other seals that had once belonged to the Ming constables. He looked at Zhou Xian in admiration. It's good to have a background. You can fake anything. It's not fake, it's real. Aside from the previous Ming constable's seal, everything else is real. Lu Yin's brows rose. How ruthless. These people might not even know that they were working for the Frost Moon sect. Or even. Zhou Xian's eyes flashed. Brother Lu, we can actually work together. Oh? How? Lu Yin asked with interest. Zhou Xian replied, actually, ever since that war 1,000 years ago, many great powers in the universe have hidden themselves on Shenwu continent, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Our Frost Moon sect is just a small sect that relies on the Day-Night clan, and we don't have any authority. If Brother Lu is willing, we can work together to resist the other powers. For example? Lu Yin asked. Zhou Xian muttered to herself for a moment. The Day-Night clan. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had been thinking about how to get information about the Day-Night clan, but he had not expected this woman to reveal it herself. It seemed that the Day-Night clan was not very popular. Is the Day-Night clan's influence on Shenwu continent very strong? Zhou Xian bitterly replied, they're very powerful in the entire universe. Even if your Frostwave weave is very remote, anyone who sees black and white hair will know that they're from the Day-Night clan. This is their influence. Who did they send over? Lu Yin asked curiously. Fear and dread flashed through Zhou Xian's eyes. Zhanlong Day-Night, a genius from the Day-Night clan who defeated Night Queen Yanqing. Lu Yin was stunned. Defeated Night Queen Yanqing? Zhou Xian nodded. That's right. This matter is very secretive and only a few people in the Day-Night flow zone know about it. Our Frost Moon sect is one of them. This person has comprehended an extremely powerful battle technique that no one else in the Day-Night clan has been able to learn for countless years. The Day-Night Restoration Technique. He's known as the genius of the Day-Night clan who is second only to Night King Zhenwu, and he's the opponent we'll be facing on Shenwu continent. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He was well aware of Night Queen Yanqing's strength, and since Zhanlong Day-Night had been able to defeat her, his strength was definitely comparable to Lu Yin's own. The Day-Night clan was one of the strongest clans in the universe. Geniuses came one after another. The Day-Night clan didn't send any explorers? Lu Yin was puzzled. Zhou Xian shook her head. I don't think so. Explorers attract too much attention. Their goal is to send someone to join the Outerverse Youth Council and use that as an excuse to meddle in the Outerverse affairs. If they send an explorer, the 10 arbiters will be wary of them. Lu Yin understood. The 10 arbiters were also fighting both openly and covertly. If the Day-Night clan really did send an explorer to the Outerverse, then the other 10 arbiters would definitely do the same and the Outerverse would be in chaos. There's one more thing. Zhou Xian looked at Lu Yin seriously. They want to wash away the humiliation of Night Queen Yanqing's defeat. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. Brother Lu, don't you think that this is strange? The top 4 of the Astral Combat Tournament have all entered the Shenwu continent, and this is the Day-Night clan's interference. The battle between you and Night Queen Yanqing was also arranged by the Day-Night clan, Zhou Xian explained. Lu Yin was well aware of this, as he was like a chess piece that the Day-Night clan could manipulate as they pleased. The Day-Night clan needs Zhanlong Day-Night to defeat the top 4 and stand out in this trial. They want him to reverse the humiliation of Night Queen Yanqing's defeat, as well as the humiliation of the Day-Night clan being suppressed by you in the trial zones, Zhou Xian continued. You're saying too much, Lu Yin said. Zhou Xian lowered her voice and said, the Day-Night clan is just that tyrannical. They don't hide their actions and our Frost Moon sect understands them too well. That's all I have to say. Brother Lu, you can think about it if you're willing to cooperate. I'll be in the Demon Hunters Society under the alias of Little Yu. Lu Yin laughed. Zhou Xian was trying to incite hostility between him and the Day-Night clan, but there was no need for that at all. Lu Yin already had an irreconcilable grudge with the Day-Night clan. From the moment he had discovered Qingyu on Earth, the grudge between the two parties had been irreconcilable. Within the Radiant City, There was a massive bank that was located at the intersection of two main roads. It occupied a large area and it was surrounded by powerful guards. This was the Bank of Wuyun, and it was the largest bank in the Shenwu Empire, second to none. After the Great War 1,000 years ago, the Bank of Wuyun had risen to prominence and crushed all other banks in the empire. Just as the empire was about to intervene, the bank had accepted the imperial family's investment and become an economic powerhouse that was independent of the imperial family. Over the years, the empire's disaster relief, military provisions, salaries, and even rewards had all been supported by the Bank of Wuyun. After 1,000 years, the Bank of Wuyun had become an unimaginably huge entity. Although the people of Shenwu continent looked down on merchants, the Bank of Wuyun was an exception. Chapter 274. Behind the bank, in a huge manor, a middle-aged man was sipping tea and looking around. His name was Ming Zhaokai, and it was obvious from his name that he was a member of the imperial family. He was of the same generation as the emperor Ming Zhaon. Although he was a member of the imperial family, he was different from Ming Zhaotian and the others. He liked to manage money and was proud of it. He even wanted to change his name to Ming Zhaokai, but Ming Zhaotian punished him for it. In the end, Ming Zhaon allowed him to take over the empire's finances and become the finance minister. Light footsteps could be heard, and Ming Zhaokai turned around to see a young girl. She was pretty and had a smile on her face. She gave off a refreshing and comfortable aura. The girl walked up to Ming Zhaokai and bowed. "Alon greets Lord Ming." Ming Zhaokai raised his hand and helped the girl up. He looked at her with admiration. "You're Alon." "Yes, I am," the girl said respectfully. Ming Zhaokai grunted and looked at the girl. "Not bad, not bad. You're only 20 years old, yet you're able to become the manager of the Bank of Wuyun. You must have outstanding ability." Alon smiled. "You flatter me." Ming Zhaokai looked satisfied and gestured for them to sit. "Miss Alon, I'm sure you know why I've come to the Bank of Wuyun," Ming Zhaokai said straightforwardly. Alon nodded. "Of course. The foreign tribes of the endless eastern sea are invading, and the empire doesn't have enough warships. The Bank of Wuyun is willing to help and provide military supplies to repay the empire for its many years of support." Ming Zhaotsai's eyes lit up. "How much is Miss Alon prepared?" Alon clapped her hands and a servant handed a list to Ming Zhaokai. He glanced at it and his expression changed. He looked at Alon in surprise. "Miss, this is too much." Alon smiled. "It's not much. His Majesty's birthday is coming soon, so this is a gift from the Bank of Wuyun to His Majesty." Ming Zhaokai smiled. "In that case, thank you, Miss Alon." Alon smiled. "It's good that you're satisfied, but it's a pity." "A pity? What's a pity?" Ming Zhaokai raised an eyebrow and looked at Alon in confusion. Alon sighed. "I come from a humble background and a merchant, so I'm not qualified to enter the palace." Ming Zhaokai smiled and said, "So that's how it is. What's so difficult about that? If you're willing, you can follow me. I can bring you to the palace to observe the ceremony." Alon was overjoyed. "Really? Milord, are you willing to condescend and bring me to the palace for a pilgrimage?" There's no need to be so polite. I can even bring you to see Imperial Brother." Imperial Brother spends most of his time on the Central Fate planet, and he'll only descend on that day. "If you're lucky, you might even be able to speak with him," said Ming Zhao with a smile. Alon hurriedly thanked him. Before long, Ming Zhao left. Within the Bank of Wuyun, Lan looked at Ming Zhaotsai's back with a solemn expression. Her appearance gradually changed, and if there were any trial takers present, they would definitely recognize her as one of the top 4 finalists of the Astral Combat Tournament, Grand Ini Mavis. Just as Grand Ini was about to enter, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. Countless people walked onto the main road and looked into the distance with reverence. Grand Ini was curious. She reverted back to Lan's appearance and walked out of the bank. After asking around, she found out that His Majesty's birthday was approaching, and the top scholar of the written exam was going to enter the academy to pray for His Majesty. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. What an ancient title, but those who could receive such a title were the elites of the elites. In ancient society, this status was not low. As the sound of gongs and drums grew closer, the army cleared the way. A man riding a giant astral beast waved to the people on both sides of the road, smiling happily. Grandini's face darkened when she saw the man, as if she had eaten a dead fly. It was Han Cheng. Although his appearance had changed, the feeling that he gave her had not changed. She immediately recognized that this so-called top scholar was Han Cheng. How disgusting. He had actually come to the Shenwu continent to take the exam. In the middle of the road, atop the head of the giant astral beast, Han Cheng coincidentally saw Grandini as well. A strange look flashed across his eyes, but he smiled warmly and waved back. Grandini clicked her tongue and then turned around to return to the Bank of Wuyun. Han Cheng smiled as he looked at the Bank of Wuyun, but he did not mind and continued on his way. On the other side of the capital, the Crown Prince's residence was not too far from the palace. At this moment, Crown Prince Ming Hao had a nervous expression on his face as he stared at the end of the road. He was not waiting for the top scholar, but rather for an extraordinary woman who had passed down a 1,000-year-old legacy and had created the heavenly globe. She was the inheritor of fate's legacy. After the great battle with the outsiders, countless outsiders had descended upon the Shenwu continent, but no one had been able to detect them. In the midst of the Shenwu continent's distress, someone who called himself Fate's Legacy had created the heavenly globe to search for outsiders for the Shenwu continent. Fate's Legacy was not a sect, but rather an inheritance. No one knew what Fate's Legacy was, but they all knew that it possessed a mysterious divination ability. Even the Emperor Ming Zhaotian respected Fate's Legacy, but unfortunately he could not find it. Ming Hao had not expected Fate's Legacy to suddenly find him. "Your Highness, there's someone here," someone cried out. Everyone looked towards the end of the road, where a woman wearing a veil and surrounded by mist slowly approached. Ming Hao's eyes lit up and he hurriedly stepped forward. "Xiaoshu greets your Highness," the woman said gently as she bowed. Ming Hao was puzzled. "You're the current Fate's Legacy?" The woman bowed. "Yes. Xiaoshu's cultivation is too shallow, so I've disappointed your Highness." Ming Hao hurriedly returned the greeting and sincerely said, "Fate's Legacy is too serious. The senior who created the heavenly globe was only a martial emperor, but he possessed unfathomable abilities. Fate's Legacy doesn't care about cultivation." The woman's eyes sparkled like stars as she looked at Ming Hao. "You flatter me, your Highness. I'm not worthy of the title of Fate's Legacy, so please call me Xiaoshu. My real name is Xiaoshu." Ming Hao nodded. "Miss Xiaoshu, please enter the Crown Prince's residence." Xiaoshu nodded. "Please, your Highness." At this moment, Lu Yin did not know that many familiar faces had appeared in Mingdu. One night passed and the next day, Lu Yin entered the city and saw the most prosperous city in the entire Shenwu continent. 4 peaks surrounded the city, 5 ceiling planets hung high in the sky, and a wide moat flickered with waves. Mingdu was a place where the winds and clouds gathered. Nearly half of the top 10 on the list of tempering were in the city, and countless experts had appeared both openly and covertly. Outside the city gates, dozens of heavenly globes emitted a faint glow. They did not stop for even a second as they continuously released martial power that swept through the city. The entire city was covered by these globes, and the moment any star energy fluctuation appeared, it would immediately be discovered. The headquarters of the Ming Constables and the Demon Hunters Society were both located in the city. Even a hunter would find it difficult to escape once they entered the city. Lu Yin marveled at the city's prosperity as he walked towards the Ming Constables' headquarters. For hours after Lu Yin entered the city, the Reverend King's convoy arrived and entered the city one after another. Within the carriage, Ming Yan looked outside the curtains with bright eyes, as if she was searching for something. Ming Zhaoshu closed his eyes and rested. At this moment Tang Xi's voice sounded out. "Your Highness, the results of the investigation are out." Ming Zhaoshu opened his eyes. "Speak." "There's no problem with Yu Er's ancestral records, but they can only be traced back to 800 years ago. There's nothing beyond that." Ming Yan's expression changed when she heard the question about Yu Xianzi, and she lowered her head. Ming Zhaoshu frowned. "Is it because you can't find anything or is there nothing?" Tang Xi was silent for a moment before replying, "I don't think so. Whether it's the local records or the genealogy records, there's no information from 800 years ago." "Have you come see me immediately?" Ming Zhaoshu said in a low voice. "Yours gone." Tang Xi's voice was icy. Ming Zhaoshu was furious. He walked out of the carriage and looked at Tang Si. What did you say? She's gone? Tang Si lowered his head. Yes, the results were delivered today. This subordinate went to look for her immediately, but she wasn't with the convoy. She was here yesterday, but she's gone today. She really knows how to pick a time, Ming Zhaoshu said coldly. He then looked around and saw many citizens of the city looking over. His expression relaxed. All right, let's forget about this matter. Tang Si looked up. Your Highness, aren't you going to send someone to capture her? Ming Zhaoshu shook his head. She should be someone from a great power outside the realm. She must have taken root in the mainland 800 years ago. She can also change her appearance, so we won't be able to find her. Forget it. He then returned to his carriage. Ming Yan sighed and smiled. She was rather glad that she had taken a liking to you, although the girl had lied to her or was Ming Yan's first friend, which was very rare. Ming Yan didn't have a deep understanding of the 1,000-year-old blood feud, so she didn't hate Yuer that much. Ming Zhaoshu returned to his carriage and sat down looking exhausted. He inadvertently glanced at Ming Yan, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. His daughter was smiling. Could it be that she already knew Yuer's identity? Now that His Majesty's birthday is approaching, the Ming constables, the Demon Hunters Society, the army, and the local experts have all gathered together to search for traces of the extraterrestrials. I heard that even the successor of Tianji has appeared. As long as there are extraterrestrials in this city, there is no way they can escape, Ming Zhaoshu said calmly. It was as if he was talking to himself but also to Ming Yan. Ming Yan's face paled. Father, the successor of Tianji? Is he the descendant of heavenly secrets who invented the heavenly globe and possesses the ability to divine? That's right. Tianji has the power of divination and no outsider can escape. There's a 90% chance that Yuer is an outsider, so she'll die without a doubt. That's why there's no need to capture her, Ming Zhaoshu said. Ming Yan's fingers turned white as she clenched them tightly. She looked uneasy. Ming Zhaoshu glanced at her and confirmed that she already knew that Yuer was an outsider. He shook his head and did not say anything else. He knew his own daughter very well, she was too kind. However, Ming Zhaoshu did not know that Ming Yan was not just worried about Zhou Xian. She was also worried about that man, a man that she would never forget. The Ming constables were located in a corner of the capital, and it was not very eye-catching. Many people knew that this was the Ming constables, but no one dared to approach it because of the two ferocious-looking beast statues at the entrance. They were not real beasts, but they emanated an aura that would cause ordinary people to tremble in fear. They could even create terrifying illusions that could cause people to lose their minds. Lu Yin walked outside the Ming constables and looked at the two strange beasts that were made from some unknown material. His gaze grew more and more surprised. Aren't these source boxes? Others might not be able to tell, but Lu Yin could tell that these two beasts were source boxes that had been unlocked by someone. Chapter 275. Lu Yin got closer and closer as he sized up the beast statues. He activated the serious art, and what he saw was a solid energy that was as deep as the sea that formed the two ferocious beasts. Less than a third of the energy on the surface had been unlocked. This had to be done on purpose, Lu Yin guessed. Otherwise, how could someone have unlocked these beasts? But were there lock breakers on the Shenwu continent? Or was it a real lock breaker who had made a move but had met with an accident halfway through? Who goes there? A cold voice came from the Ming constables. No one appeared, but Lu Yin could feel a murderous aura around him. If he made any sudden movements, he would be met with disaster. Lu Yin did not say anything. He took out the letter and raised his hand, causing it to disappear in an instant. Lu Yin waited outside the Ming constables. After a while, the cold voice came again. Come in. Lu Yin took a deep breath and stepped into the Ming constables. This was the place that trial takers feared the most, as it was stained with the blood of trial takers. It was rumored that the master was a martial sovereign, which was equivalent to a cruiser. Lu Yin would either successfully join the Ming constables, or it would be very difficult for him to leave alive. Wait, this place is so cold. Hey, where are you? The monkey's voice suddenly rang out, giving Lu Yin a fright. Lu Yin could not speak, so he silently entered the Ming constables. What a heavy murderous aura. This is a good place to bury the dead. Also, why do I feel that it's quite dangerous? There are powerhouses here that can threaten your life. Damn it, Luin, what's wrong with you? Don't you know that you have to avoid those powerhouses? The monkey shouted in dissatisfaction. Luin frowned and wanted to block the monkey, but he did not dare to act rashly. He could only allow the monkey to yell and shout. The Ming constable's decorations were simple, and the entire capital was in a celebratory mood for Ming Zhaotian's birthday. However, this place did not seem to have any of that, and it was still as eerie and terrifying as ever. Suddenly, there was a miserable howl, and Luin looked up with a cold gaze. He did not walk far before turning into a courtyard. A row of people appeared in front of him, standing there quietly as if they were not breathing. There was a pool of blood on the ground and a man was twitching. Blood flowed down his neck and dyed the ground red. Every year outsiders try to join the Ming constables, and this land is stained with the blood of countless outsiders. Luin walked over to the row of people and stood there. Wasn't that guy the one who came in with you? The monkey exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yin's eyes darted around, and he glanced to the side at the man that the monkey had mentioned. There were 3 people between them and the man looked unfamiliar. The man's expression was cold and his eyes were devoid of any emotion. That's right, it's him. No disguise can escape my eyes. Even though he's changed his appearance, I can still recognize him at a glance, the monkey said proudly. I'll give you one chance. Outsiders, step forward. As long as you tell me everything, I guarantee that I won't kill you. A sinister voice descended. No one stepped forward. Very good. I hope that you won't be discovered. Then a wave of energy swept past them. It was very weak, but it was very fine, and it was 10 times more powerful than the heavenly globes. Luin inwardly rejoiced that he had dispersed the star energy very cleanly, and that he had hidden everything that had come into contact with star energy, including his cosmic ring, somewhere else. Otherwise, he might not have been able to escape this detection. Suddenly, there was a repulsive reaction. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he immediately raised his hand to slap the man who was repulsed. The person that the monkey had recognized who had arrived with Lu Yin also attacked at the same time. Their reactions were the fastest, and their attacks landed before the others could react. There was a loud bang, and the man who had been repulsed was sent flying by the 2 of them. The others looked over in shock. Lu Yin and the other person who had attacked exchanged glances, and then they stared at the man who had been sent flying. The man stood up and patted himself before looking at Lu Yin and the other person with admiration. Not bad. You attacked me subconsciously, which proves that you really want to kill outsiders. The 2 of you pass, but the rest of you don't. Leave. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he sized up the person. The man smiled. I'm Ming Zhaochen. Then his face changed to that of a middle-aged man, and he looked somewhat similar to Ming Zhaoshu. Greetings, master. The other person who had attacked immediately bowed and Lu Yin followed suit. Greetings, master. The Ming constable's master was Ming Zhaochen, and he was of the same generation as Ming Zhaotian and Ming Zhaoshu. He was a martial sovereign, and he was also the Shenwu Empire's sharpest blade. Ming Zhaochen's gaze swept across the 2. The Ming constables recruit many people every year, but very few are truly qualified to join. Not only do they need strength and temperament, but they also need courage and quick reflexes. The outsiders are very strong, and to them our Shenwu continent is just a training ground. Thus, those who dare to participate are all experts. What you need to do is to become stronger than them. Yes, master, the 2 answered. 2 days later, outside the capital, Lu Yin lay on the grass with the heavenly globe in his hand that occasionally emitted fluctuations. Many of the Ming constable's Ming vanguards were hidden outside the capital, and they were constantly monitoring the surroundings in search of outsiders. Lu Yin felt that this method was not very effective, as most of the outsiders would replace their star energy with martial power, so it was impossible to find them. However, this was the Ming vanguard's job and they could not slack off. Lu Yin had changed his name to Qi in the Ming constables, and the person who had joined with him was called Wu Shang. Are you sure that guy is the one who entered the Shenwu continent with me? Lu Yin asked again. The monkey was unhappy. I'm sure. How many times do you want me to repeat myself? Nobody can hide from my eyes and neither can you. Shut up, Lu Yin suddenly barked as he stared into the distance. Sirius suddenly circulated on the surface of his body, and the space around him began to fluctuate slightly. Someone was traveling at an extremely fast speed, even causing the void to distort. Only an explorer or a Lemaitre genius could cause the void to distort on the Shenwu continent. Lu Yin was confident that he could cause the void to distort, but there were very few trial takers who could reach his level. There was a whoosh as a strong gust of wind swept through the area. Lu Yin stared at the figure that was passing by, and it was a woman. He did not hesitate to chase after her, relying purely on his physical strength to move and retracting his aura so that the woman would not be able to discover him. The more he moved, the stranger Lu Yin felt. The woman was also relying on her physical strength to move without using any martial power, so she would not attract any attention. To be able to display such strength and even cause the void to distort, the first person that came to his mind was the Mavis family. If his guess was correct, then that woman was very likely Grandine Mavis. 4 mountains surrounded the capital, and there were many other mountains outside of the capital. The woman avoided the crowd and appeared in a thatched cottage behind a small mountain. Lu Yin stopped and quietly approached her. "You're late," someone said from within the cottage. "There were too many things to do and I couldn't help it. It's better than some people not coming." "It's fine if they don't come. The Dark Mist Weave will launch an attack on the birthday celebration, and all the experts above the Explorer realm on the continent will be pinned down, including the Guardians of the 4 Mountains. Our mission is to attack the Tower of Resonating Light." On the roof of the cottage, Lu Yin calmed himself and looked down. There were no less than 10 people in the cottage, and when he heard the words, "Explorer," he knew that they were trial takers. "Are you sure that the Tower of Resonating Light is one of the nodes of the 5 sealing zones?" The woman who had arrived last asked. Lu Yin only glanced at her, not daring to stare at her. Experts like her could sense the gazes of others, so he could not be certain that this woman was Grandine Mavis. "I'm 90% sure. Our sect has been in hiding for more than 1,000 years, and one of our ancestors protected the Tower of Resonating Light several hundred years ago. That's good. I don't want to work for nothing." At that moment, Lu Yin's expression changed. Someone else had arrived. The cottage fell silent as everyone stared outside. The newcomer did not hide his presence, and he simply pushed open the door and entered. "Oh, isn't this the top scholar? How come you have the time to visit a small place like ours?" the woman teased. The person who had entered the cottage was Han Chong. "Even the manager of the Bank of Wuyun doesn't mind, so what's a mere top scholar worth?" I never thought that Han Chong, one of the top 4 students of the Astral Combat Academy, would actually become the top scholar of the Shenwu Empire. "Just based on this alone, Brother Han's results won't be bad," someone said enviously. The woman was disdainful. "What's so strange about someone from the erudite flow zone becoming the top scholar?" "That's right. Let's get down to business. But before that we need to clean up a bit." Han Chong suddenly looked up at the roof. Lu Yin's eyes widened and he used flash to disappear from his original spot. The cottage crumbled and a shockwave swept out in all directions. Han Chong's gaze swept across the cottage before he stared in the direction that Lu Yin had disappeared. He raised a hand and his martial power swept through the air. He used his martial power to draw a picture of a vast landscape that no one could escape from. Lu Yin was shocked as he looked at the strange martial power that covered the surrounding void. This was Han Chong's strength. "Who's there?" the woman shouted as she punched at Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around and swept out with a single leg. There was a thump and a violent shockwave swept out from where the two had collided. The mountain range crumbled and the ground crumbled. Both of them retreated at the same time, and the giant emperor's third eye appeared in Lu Yin's left hand. He activated the serious art and stared at Han Chong's myriad mountains and rivers painting. He struck out with a palm and the martial power was disintegrated. Han Chong was shocked that his battle technique had been so easily dispelled. Although he hadn't used his full strength, the technique should have been able to trap an explorer for a while, but it hadn't been able to stop that person. That person was a lockbreaker. The woman was furious after being pushed back by Lu Yin's kick. She wanted to chase after him, but Han Chong stopped her. "There's no need. You won't be able to catch up." The woman was unwilling to give up and she clenched her right fist. She was shocked that this person had been able to block her direct punch and even dispel Han Chong's seal. He was extremely powerful and he wasn't even an explorer. This person had the power to rival all of them. The rest of the group rushed out as well. Brother Han, how was it? Han Chong shook his head. He's very strong. I couldn't stop him. Then what do we do? He must have found out about our plan. Someone was annoyed, but they didn't blame Han Chong. Han Chong and Grandini were the strongest in the group, and if even they couldn't stop this person, then the rest of the group had nothing to say. Han Chong calmly replied, "Don't worry. We'll continue as before. But we don't know who he is. What if he's from the Ming constables?" Someone questioned. Han Chong was certain. "He's definitely a trial taker." "I think so too. His attacks are completely different from those of the Shenwu continent's natives," Grandini said. The others looked at each other and sighed helplessly. "Let's confirm it again." Chapter 276. Lu Yin fled and glanced back. He had not expected Han Chong to discover him. This person's comprehension of domains was very high, and even Lu Yin's invisible aura technique had not been able to completely evade him. Lu Yin felt that he had to think of a way to comprehend a domain, or else he might be forced into a passive position in the future. However, after the commotion, it was unlikely that they would attack the Tower of Resonating Light. Was the Tower of Resonating Light one of the 5 sealing nodes? Lu Yin thought about it. On the other side, Han Chong and the rest left separately. Grandini found Han Chong with a serious expression. "That person was able to break through your seal, so he should be a lock breaker." Han Chong nodded and smiled. "There's no need to think about it. I've already guessed who it is." "I've guessed it as well. Someone who can compete with me in terms of strength, is a lock breaker and is so fast." "It has to be him," Grandini said excitedly. "Who would have thought that the top 4 would all gather in Mingdu? Interesting." Grandini was shocked. "Top 4? Star Sibyl is here?" Han Chong nodded. "She should be. Aside from us, there are other experts in the capital as well. Some of them are not weaker than us and some are even stronger. The celebration won't be peaceful." There were still 23 days until the celebration, and as the day drew closer, a large number of experts from the Demon Hunters Society were transferred to Mingdu. However, the Ming Constable's Ming Vanguard dwindled. It was rumored that they had been temporarily deployed to protect important people. Powerful officials from all over the Shenwu Empire had gathered in Mingdu, and Crown Prince Ming Hao naturally would not allow anything to happen to them. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he had used his authority to mobilize the Ming Vanguard. The commander of the Ming Vanguard, Bei Zhigui, scanned the crowd coldly and said, "Recently there has been a great change in the list of tempering. Many experts have appeared and these people are likely to be outsiders. The manor head has ordered us to select experts to defeat the newcomers who have made it onto the list." "Who is confident?" Lu Yin was under Bei Zhigui's command. Bei Zhigui was an explorer and did not have the qualifications to challenge the list of tempering. Furthermore, the list of tempering had been created by Crown Prince Ming Hao to display the empire's might. Even if they suspected that the newcomers were outsiders, the Ming Vanguard could not capture them. Otherwise, others would suspect that the list of tempering was unfair, so that they could take action. Bei Zhigui's words were simple, but the list of tempering was a fair ranking. Anyone who made it onto the list of tempering had done so through challenges. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Although the Ming Vanguard members were strong, they were not confident. Bei Zhigui felt helpless. There were very few experts in the entire Ming constabulary who were qualified to challenge the list of tempering. The list of tempering included the empire's 200 martial king experts. When these experts were spread out, there weren't many in the Ming continent, let alone the Ming constabulary. Fortunately, the Ming constabulary had Li Zimo, who was ranked 2nd on the list of tempering. No one dares to challenge him? The Manor Lord has decreed that anyone in the top 20 of the list of tempering will be promoted to Vice Commander, while the top 10 will be promoted to Commander, Bei Zhigui said. Lu Yin was tempted, but he didn't make a move. He felt a sense of unease. Wu Shang stepped forward. "I'm willing to help." Bei Zhigui looked at Wu Shang with a strange look in his eyes. He nodded and said, "All right, go ahead. This is the list of recent changes to the list of tempering." He then handed a copy to Wu Shang. Wu Shang glanced through it and then left the Ming constabulary. There were a total of 12 people who had changed, and 2 of them were in the top 20 of the list of tempering. One of them was in the capital, while the other was in Huaiqi City, which was a city away from the capital. Wu Shang had chosen Huaiqi City. As soon as he left the capital, Wu Shang looked at the list of tempering and glanced at the top. His eyes flashed and he narrowed his eyes before speeding off into the distance. At this moment, Bei Zhigui appeared and blocked Wu Shang's path. "I'll go with you." Wu Shang respectfully replied, "There's no need to trouble you, Commander." Bei Zhigui looked at Wu Shang and suddenly attacked. A sword appeared in his hand and swept out. Wu Shang's eyes were cold and his martial energy was ready to be unleashed. Suddenly, several cracks appeared in the sky as more trial takers descended. This time they landed right outside the capital. The Ming vanguard that had followed Bei Zhigui out of the city were shocked, and they immediately took out their heavenly globes. Lu Yin looked at them with pity. Which unlucky person had fallen here? This person was courting death. 5 people fell out of the 5 cracks. 3 limiters and 2 explorers. One of the explorers just happened to land on top of Bei Zhigui's head, and Bei Zhigui immediately attacked. Die, outsider. Native. The explorers who had fallen attacked at the same time, and with a boom the ground shook. At the same time, one of the 4 mountain peaks surrounding the capital shone brightly, and a terrifying martial energy swept through the sky, shaking the entire capital. Ming Zhaoshu looked up. A martial sovereign. Within the bank of Weiyun Lan, who was also Grand Ini Mavis, looked up in shock. The rumors are true. Every mountain peak has a martial sovereign overseeing it. Within the academy, Han Chong was praying for Ming Zhaotian. He looked up at the sky. A cruiser. Within the crown prince's residence, Ming Hao looked up. Reckless. Not far away, the prophet's successor, Xiao Shu, also looked up at the sky, but no one knew what he was thinking. Just as everyone thought that the battle would end soon, a strand of sword chi slashed through the sky, tearing through the void and creating a shocking spatial crack. It was as if the sky was collapsing and countless people were horrified. Crown Prince Ming Hao immediately stood up and his expression changed. How is this possible? Ming Zhaoshu was shocked and he crushed his cup. A super powerhouse. The sword sex Long Yun was here. Ah! A huge sound wave swept through the capital and spread into the distance. At the same time, the other 3 mountain peaks unleashed a terrifying attack towards the east. Goodbye, Ha! A strand of sword chi swept out, and the 4 martial sovereigns' simultaneous attacks were blocked and neutralized. Long Yun himself did not even appear from start to finish. This scene was shocking and many people felt a chill run down their spines. A single person had fought against 4 martial sovereigns, and this was definitely a superpower house. To the experts of the Shenwu continent, although the foreigners were very strong, they were not much different from the top experts. In fact, they might even be slightly weaker than the top experts. However, Long Yun's sword had completely overturned this concept, and it was as if a thin veil had been torn apart. Crown Prince Ming Hao was shocked. That person was also a martial emperor like him, but he had blocked the attacks of 4 martial sovereigns by himself. How was this possible? He could not figure it out. Even if he gathered all the resources of the Shenwu Empire for his cultivation, he would not be able to reach this stage. This was too terrifying. Ming Zhaoshu's gaze turned gloomy, and a thought that had been in his heart for a long time was confirmed. He wanted to lead the Shenwu continent out of this world. From his perspective, the Shenwu continent had not truly withstood the attacks of the foreigners, but had instead been captured. Outside the capital, Lu Yin's eyebrows twitched. The sword sex Long Yun? An explorer genius had actually jumped realms to block the attacks of 4 cruisers. Although those 4 had not used their full strength, it was still not something that a normal cruiser could block, let alone an explorer. This person was definitely one of the top experts on the top 100 rankings, and he might even surpass Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin had specifically asked around, and Wendy Yushan had not become a cruiser yet. She had relied on her own strength to become the captain of the 2nd Squadron and had defeated cruisers, but she was still an explorer. Long Yun? I think I've heard of him before. He's one of the must-kill powerhouses on the Celestial Vanquishers list. How disgusting! The monkey shouted. Long Yun's sword had not only shocked the entire capital, but it had also saved the people who had landed with him. Aside from 2 unlucky fellows who had landed directly in the capital, The rest had all fled, including Wu Shang. This infuriated Bei Zhigui, as Wu Shang was definitely an outsider. The experts who had mysteriously appeared on the list of tempering were most likely outsiders as well, and Wu Shang had the confidence to challenge them. Furthermore, he had recently joined the Ming constables, so he could naturally be an outsider as well. What a pity. The Ming constables were very strict in their investigation of the Ming vanguard. Even though Lu Yin had the seal of the previous Ming constables, they were still probing him and he had almost been discovered. The person who ranked first on the list of tempering had never been revealed. Perhaps this was one of Crown Prince Ming Hao's methods, as he had specifically prepared to challenge the outsiders on the list of tempering. Whoever he suspected of being ranked first on the list of tempering was someone with terrifying strength, and very few people could stop him. This was his insurance. Since the list of tempering had been created by the Crown Prince, he would not let the Ming constables clean up after him. There were no loopholes. Lu Yin had just realized this, and Wu Shang had only realized it after leaving the city. Unfortunately, he had still been intercepted by Bei Zhigui. If not for Long Yun, he would have been in danger. 10 days passed in a flash, and Lu Yin had made some contributions during this time. He had captured a trial taker and handed him over to the Ming constables. This trial taker had come from the Innerverse Blazing Mist Flow Zone, which was on good terms with the Blaze Realm. To Lu Yin, this person was an enemy and he did not show any mercy. The Ming constables had been established specifically to kill trial takers, but there were not many trial takers each year, and each one was better at hiding than the last. As a result, the Ming constables were rarely able to capture trial takers alive in recent years. Lu Yin's contribution this time had earned Ming Zhaoqin's praise, and with his sufficient strength, he had been promoted to the position of vice commander to follow Li Zimo. Lu Yin did not believe that Ming Zhaoqin would promote him so easily. Perhaps the Ming constables also had the intention of having Li Zimo monitor him, but Lu Yin did not care. He had originally planned to use the Ming constables to deal with the Day-Night clan's experts, and he might even be able to use them to gain some merit. Li Zimo was a very cold person and he was an expert swordsman. His entire being was like an unsheathed sword that showed off its sharpness, but it did not harm anyone. It was as if he had hidden his sharpness within a small space. Lu Xiaoqiu's sharpness was reserved, but he still possessed the 13 swords, a swordsmanship that could dominate the heavens. This Li Zimo was ranked second on the list of tempering, so his strength could not be underestimated. Lu Yin wondered how his swordsmanship was like. Lu Yin did not dare to get too close to the man, as he was afraid that his true strength would be discovered. From now on, you and I will each take 3 people to protect the Reverend King's residence, Li Zimo said when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin was shocked. The Reverend King's residence? The Reverend King's residence is not far from the palace. Let's go, Li Zimo said calmly as 6 Ming vanguards followed behind him. Lu Yin had never thought that he would be transferred to the Reverend King's residence again. Fortunately, he had altered his appearance before coming to the Ming constables, or else he would have definitely been recognized by the Reverend King's residence. The Reverend King's residence was rather courteous to the Ming constables, and they were allowed to protect the Ming constables from behind the gates. Your Highness, does the Crown Prince want the Ming vanguards to protect the Reverend King's residence because he wants to keep an eye on us? Tang Si asked in a low voice. Ming Zhaoxu shook his head. He's not that stupid. He just wants to show others that we have a harmonious relationship. For this reason he even sent a commander over. That's quite the capital. Chapter 277. Right, have you found little 7? Ming Zhaoxu suddenly asked. Tang Si shook his head. I couldn't find him. He didn't go to the Crown Prince's palace at all, so it's possible that he didn't even enter the capital. Ming Zhaoxu frowned. Is he dead? Your Highness, he's just an ordinary person. He won't be of much use in the Crown Prince's residence, Tang Si said. I know, but it's precisely because he's an ordinary person that it's safer. No one would have thought that I would send an ordinary person into the Crown Prince's residence. He's a scapegoat that I've carefully arranged for someone else. Forget it, if he didn't go then so be it, Ming Zhaoxu said calmly. Tang Si stood there quietly as if he had something to say. Ming Zhaoxu glanced at him. What's the matter? Tang Si half knelt. Your Highness, this subordinate wishes to challenge Li Zimo. No, you're too far behind Li Zimo. Ming Zhaoshu rejected him. Tang Xi's expression darkened. Even so, I still want to personally test the strength of the second on the list of tempering. Ming Zhaoshu looked at Tang Xi and said in a low voice, Li Zimo is obsessed with swordsmanship and created a powerful killing technique like the silent sword at such a young age. The reason why Crown Prince Ming Hao doesn't want the top ranker to appear is because he wants to get rid of the hidden dangers on the list of tempering and also to avoid Li Zimo. He's very powerful and can be ranked first in the Martial King realm. Tang Xi raised his head, his gaze resolute. Your Highness, this subordinate begs you to agree. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Ming Zhaoshu sighed, looked up at the sky and smiled bitterly. Ming Hao, you've made the right move with the list of tempering. So many people on the Xinwu continent are willing to sell everything they have just to leave their names on the list. And how many experts have you recruited because of it? I'm impressed. After sighing, he lowered his head and looked at Tang Xi. Alright, I agree. Go ahead. Since you're challenging me, don't leave any regrets. I'll do my best to keep you alive. Tang Xi was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. The Reverend King's residence in the Bright City was very large, and it had a specialized training ground. News of Tang Xi's challenge to Li Zimo quickly spread throughout the Reverend King's residence, and it even spread outside, arousing the curiosity of countless people. Tang Xi was ranked 8th on the list of tempering, and his spear was invincible. Li Zimo was ranked 2nd on the list of tempering, and he had created the silent sword that even Ming Zhaotian had praised endlessly. He was the leader of the Xinwu Empire's younger generation, and the battle between the two of them was enough to excite anyone. Even the powerhouses on the Four Peaks were looking over. Ming Zhaoshu sensed this and looked around. Then he looked at the arena. The battle for the list of tempering is a battle of life and death. Outside of the drill ground, Lu Yin watched the scene closely. He was very curious. Li Zimo was ranked 2nd on the list of tempering, which was enough to represent the strength of the Xinwu continent's younger generation. He was able to suppress all Martial King powerhouses, not just the younger generation. Li Zimo was still as cold as ever. He held his long sword and quietly looked across. Tang Xi gripped his spear tightly and his eyes widened. He charged forward at top speed and thrust his spear towards Li Zimo. The tip of the spear caused the void to fluctuate as a sharp aura swept past Li Zimo, tearing through the air. The aftershock caused the ground of the drill ground to crack and sparks to fly. This attack was unstoppable and even Lu Yin was shocked. This attack was comparable to an attack with 3-line battle force. Across from him, Li Zimo's eyes flashed with a glimmer of admiration. He gripped his sword, raised it and chopped down. His body disappeared and his sword returned to its scabbard. It was as smooth as flowing water and there was no sound or anything out of the ordinary. Quite a few people were stupefied, unable to understand. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes narrowed as he fearfully looked at Li Zimo's back. With a bang, Tang Xi's spear broke and half of the spear fell to the ground with a crisp sound. His entire body seemed to be frozen in place, and his eyes were filled with extreme unwillingness and admiration. Lu Yin was shocked. At this moment, Li Zimo's back seemed to overlap with Lu Xiaoqiu's. It really did seem like it. That attack was almost exactly the same as the first sword of the 13 swords. The only difference was that the first sword did not need to move and it could cut through the void. Li Zimo's attack, on the other hand, needed to travel a certain distance, but the attack speed was about the same. This was probably due to the Xinwu continent's space being abnormally frozen. If this had happened in the normal universe, then this attack might not have needed to move at all, and it would have been almost exactly the same as the first sword of the 13 swords. Li Zimo, a native of the Xinwu continent, had created a sword technique that was comparable to the first sword of the 13 swords. If the sword sect found out about this, they would definitely fight to take him in as a disciple. This was what it meant to be an absolute genius. Lu Xiaoqia was a genius who had inherited the innate gift of the 13 swords, while Li Zimo was a genius who had created the first sword. It was hard to say who was stronger, but Lu Yin felt that he was more inclined towards Li Zimo, as this person's talent in the way of the sword was too terrifying. The only thing he lacked was a starting point. If he had been allowed to learn the 13 swords, then his speed might even surpass Lu Xiaoqiu's. Lu Yin had truly witnessed the strength of the Xinwu continent's younger generation. This Li Zimo was strong enough to enter the top 8 of the Astral Combat Tournament, and if that was not his strongest attack, then he should be able to enter the top 4 and fight with Lu Yin. This was the second place on the list of tempering. Lu Yin wondered how strong the first place was. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Li Zimo had already left. The dignified 8th place on the list of tempering had not even been able to withstand a single attack. This was too shocking. Tang Si felt bitter and panted heavily as he looked at the broken halves of his spear on the ground. He closed his eyes. Before the challenge he had hoped to recognize the gap between them and catch up, but now he no longer had such thoughts. The gap between them was too great. Ming Zhaoshu walked over to Tang Si. "This is why I did not want you to challenge him. Can you still hold your spear?" Tang Si gripped his spear tightly and pondered for a moment before looking up. "Yes." Ming Zhaoshu nodded. "You can challenge him again when you've shaken off the shadow of that sword." Ming Zhaoshu then turned and left. Lu Yin looked at Tang Si deeply before leaving. He had to guard the door. "I say, is this really an aboriginal continent? That guy's sword was too ruthless. It's comparable to the power of our 5 prefects." The monkey exclaimed. Lu Yin leaned against the door. "The Xinwu continent has withstood the Dark Mist Weave's attacks for 1,000 years. But this continent has given birth to too many experts. There's definitely more than one genius like Li Zimo. What a pity. If only this continent belonged to you. I remember that you're King Zishan or something. With this continent's strength, you'll be able to gain a foothold in the Outerverse," the monkey casually commented. His words made Lu Yin's heart skip a beat as he had never thought about this before. Yes, it would be great if this continent belonged to him. Unfortunately, he could only dream about it. There were hunters on this continent and there was more than one of them. The fact that this continent could withstand the attacks of the entire Dark Mist Weave was a testament to its strength. Even the entire Great Yu Empire might not be enough, let alone Lu Yin. The next few days were very normal, as there were occasional changes to the list of tempering. In particular, the people who had challenged the top of the list had been removed one by one, which piqued many people's interest. Lu Yin guessed that the person who had removed them was the mysterious leader of the list of tempering, but this person's identity would change every time. This person was the reason why Crown Prince Ming Hao had set up the list of tempering. The Ming constables had been mobilized less often, and the Ming vanguard had mostly been sent to protect important people. However, this was only on the surface, as Crown Prince Ming Hao would never relax his killing spree against the foreigners. Congratulatory gifts from the various continents arrived, and it was rumored that they filled several drill grounds. The amount of gifts was shocking. Countless experts gathered in the capital, and the army entered to maintain order. Although the entire city was cheering for the birthday celebration, there was still a sense of tension that even Lu Yin could feel. Over the next few days, Lu Yin saw Li Zimo very few times. This person was as cold as a block of ice, and he was tasked with guarding the king's residence. Lu Yin rarely spoke with him. The Reverend King had returned to the capital, and there should have been many visitors. However, over the past few days, no one had come to visit, which surprised Lu Yin. The relationship between Ming Zhaoshu and Crown Prince Ming Hao had deteriorated to such an extent that even the ministers who had pushed Ming Zhaoshu to resist the Crown Prince's overstepping boundaries were avoiding him. Fireworks bloomed in the sky from time to time, and the entire capital seemed unusually lively. Li Zimo walked out of the king's residence and looked at Lu Yin. "The princess is going to the Tower of Resonating Light to pray for His Highness and His Majesty. 7. Protect the residence." Lu Yin bowed. "Yes, Commander." Not long after, Ming Yan walked out of the residence, followed by a maid and Tang Si. Outside, the army had already lined up neatly and a carriage had been prepared. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen Ming Yan since arriving at the Reverend King's residence. Although she was wearing a thin veil, her absolute beauty could not be hidden. Her eyes were like silhouettes, bright and pure. However, her face was slightly pale, which made Lu Yin feel uncomfortable. Ming Yan walked past the main entrance and was about to board the carriage when she suddenly paused. Her eyes flashed with surprise, and she turned around to look at everyone as if she was searching for something. Tang Si was puzzled. "Princess, please board the carriage." Ming Yan's gaze swept across everyone's faces before finally stopping on Lu Yin's face and meeting his gaze. Lu Yin saw the surprise in Ming Yan's eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly lowered his head. Ming Yan's eyes flashed with slyness and shyness. She whispered, "Brother Tangxi, father's safety is the most important. I already have you to protect me, so I don't need Brother Li anymore. Please protect the residents." Li Zimo looked up. "Your safety is very important." Ming Yan pointed at Lu Yin. "Those people are also part of the Ming vanguard. Let them protect me. Brother Li, protecting father is more important." Tangxi hurriedly said, "Princess, His Highness doesn't need to worry. This is the capital and His Highness is a martial emperor. No one would dare to act impudently here." Ming Yan stubbornly shook her head. "Please stay and protect father, Brother Li. Otherwise Yenner will feel uneasy." Tangxi looked at Li Zimo with a troubled expression. Li Zimo was very straightforward and he nodded before turning to Lu Yin. 7. Take a few people with you and protect the princess. Do not slack off in the slightest." Lu Yin was both surprised and delighted, and he also felt a strange sweetness and anticipation. "Yes, Commander." Ming Yan lowered her head to hide the faint blush on her face as she hurriedly boarded the carriage. Lu Yin took a deep breath and walked beside the carriage. He was only one wooden plank away from Ming Yan, and he was even closer to her than Tangxi. Ming Yan found an excuse to send the maid away, twirling her fingers as she nervously sat in the carriage. From time to time she would look through the veil at Lu Yin, who was walking outside. Her face was filled with joy. Chapter 278. With Tangxi driving the carriage, it was inconvenient for Lu Yin and Ming Yan to speak. However, there was a strange atmosphere that surrounded them. Even though it was noisy all around, Lu Yin could only hear Ming Yan's heartbeat and breathe in her fragrance. This feeling was very beautiful and intoxicating. "Your heartbeat is accelerating. Are you poisoned?" the monkey asked, startling Lu Yin and temporarily waking him up. "No, you're not poisoned. Strange, why is your heartbeat so abnormal? Many of your body's characteristics are also abnormal. Strange." Lu Yin did not have the time to explain this feeling to a monkey, but the monkey's words had made him sober up quite a bit. He could not allow himself to be intoxicated by this feeling. Ming Yan was the daughter of the reverend king and a princess of the Shenwu continent, while he was just a trial taker. The difference between their statuses was too great, and their thousand-year blood feud was difficult to resolve. The two of them were like two trees on either side of a road. They could always be seen but could never touch. This kind of relationship was nothing more than an illusion. Lu Yin felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head, and it was bone-chilling. He was just a student with no power or influence. He did not have the ability to influence the dark mist weave or the Shenwu continent. Just Ming Zhaoshu alone was enough to prevent him from getting close to Ming Yan. This budding relationship was destined to be fruitless. Lu Yin knew how important relationships were to girls, especially someone like Ming Yan, who was ignorant of worldly affairs but was also very intelligent. It was easy for her to fall into a relationship and be unable to extricate herself from it. Once she failed, the damage she would suffer would be unimaginable. This could not continue. Without any guarantees, this relationship could not continue. Lu Yin's gaze became resolute as he thought about it. He quickened his pace and walked past the carriage without looking back. Lu Yin's change was imprinted in Ming Yan's eyes, and her heart trembled. Panic and discomfort that she had never felt before spread throughout her body, and her eyes turned red. Some people would remain strangers for the rest of their lives, while others could decide their fate with a single glance. To Ming Yan, Lu Yin was someone she could decide her fate with. That single glance had been like the wings of a butterfly that had brought about a beautiful dream. But at this moment that dream seemed to have shattered. Women's senses were much stronger than men's, and none of Lu Yin's changes could escape Ming Yan's eyes. But Ming Yan lowered her head and her gaze was pained. She was depressed and clenched her fists. "You clearly have my scent on you." She was very intelligent, but intelligence and emotions were natural opposites. Lu Yin sighed. There was a sort of depression and irritation in his heart that he could not vent. He also felt pity for Ming Yan, and he really wanted to trample this continent beneath his feet and embrace her. Suddenly, a black and white light flashed in front of his eyes. Lu Yin's pupils shrank and he turned his head to the side. The carriages of the Crown Prince's residence were passing by. Among them, a man raised his head and looked at Ming Yan's carriage. His eyes were filled with violent killing intent. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, and he quickly retreated to block the side of the carriage. The man raised his hand and struck out with a palm strike. Suddenly, a boundless chill surged forth, and the wind howled as a violent and terrifying martial power descended upon them, bringing with it an aura that could cause one's spirit to tremble. Tang Xi's scalp went numb and his body froze in place. This feeling was even more terrifying than Li Zimo's attack from before. The entire entourage of the Reverend King's household, no, everyone on the street felt as if their brains had been shaken, and they all spat out blood. Only that man remained standing in front of the palanquin as he stared intently at the interior of the palanquin. He completely ignored the troops of the Reverend King's household that were standing to the side of the palanquin. Indeed, he didn't need to pay any attention to them, because even Tang Xi had been suppressed in an instant, unable to move. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and his muscles tensed. He raised his hand, not caring about whether or not his identity would be exposed. He only wanted to save that girl, and he did not hesitate to release his 5-line battle force. A dark golden radiance blossomed and 9 stars revolved around him. Serious palm. The man saw Lu Yin's palm strike towards him and his pupils shrank. He had not expected someone to be able to react in time. Was this 5-line battle force? The man did not dare to be careless, and he changed the direction of his palm to strike Lu Yin. The 2 palms collided with a bang, and a shockwave distorted the void as it surged upwards from the point of impact. It exploded high up in the sky and pushed away the clouds. On the ground, the street beneath their feet split in 2. Violent martial power followed the 2 palms and blasted towards each other. A shockwave that could be seen with the naked eye enveloped the 2 as they collided. Lu Yin and the man looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They instantly recognized each other. This man was definitely a genius from the Day-Night clan, the one who had defeated Night Queen Yanqing Zhanlong Day-Night. Zhanlong Day-Night also recognized Lu Yin, as there were only a handful of Limiters who could block him. Lu Yin was the only one who had comprehended 5-line battle force, and this person was someone that the Night King clan had ordered him to kill. The 2 had not expected to meet under such circumstances. Their palms collided and rotated at the same time. There was another bang and a shockwave split the street apart like a sharp blade. Both of them retreated at the same time, and neither of them gained the upper hand. At this moment, not only was there a fierce battle going on here, but many battles were also occurring throughout the entire capital. Zhanlong Day-Night looked at Lu Yin seriously, his eyes filled with indescribable confusion and shock. There was also a strange look on his face as his art of immunity had been suppressed. He licked his lips and said, "We'll meet again." He then leaped away. The entire battle had only involved 2 palms colliding, and it had lasted less than 5 seconds. With the chaos that had been deliberately created throughout the capital, Zhanlong Day-Night had been able to easily escape. After he left, countless people on the street fainted. Even Tang Xi swayed and almost fainted. He did not even have the qualifications to take one of Zhanlong Day-Night's palms. Even so, he had still been able to clearly see the entire battle, especially the power that Lu Yin had displayed. It was an unparalleled martial king's strength that might even surpass Li Zimo's. Lu Yin did not have the time to care about anything else. He rushed into the carriage and picked up Ming Yan to check on her. Fortunately, Ming Yan had only fainted and was not seriously injured. He sighed in relief. It was fortunate that she had not been injured by the Day-Night clan's technique at such close range. There was a whoosh as a cold light flashed. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed the spear that had been thrust at him. He coldly glanced at Tang Xi. "You're courting death." He then exerted more force in his palm, sending 9 stacks through the spear towards Tang Xi. Tang Xi was only able to block 5 stacks before he could no longer withstand it. He helplessly let go of the spear and took a step back. The spear shattered and Lu Yin let go of Ming Yan. He wanted to leave, but as soon as he stepped out of the carriage, he saw Ming Zhaoshu staring at him coldly with a gloomy expression. Lu Yin took a deep breath and slowly bowed. "Your Highness." At that moment, a wave of energy swept over from the surrounding peaks of the capital. Ming Zhaoshu waved his hand and dispersed the energy wave. He then looked at Lu Yin. "Follow me." Lu Yin was helpless as there was no way for him to hide. Ming Xiaoshu had a domain, and he must have seen Lu Yin's battle with Zhanlong day-night. 5-lined battle force was too conspicuous, but fortunately Ming Xiaoshu had not immediately attacked Lu Yin, which meant that there was still room for negotiation. Tang Xi looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He had just lost to Li Zimo and now he had lost to this person as well. Lu Yin stood quietly in the study of the reverent king's residence. Ming Xiaoshu's back was to him and he was frowning. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while Ming Xiaoshu turned around and stared at Lu Yin seriously, carefully sizing him up. Should I call you Vice Commander 7 of the Ming Constables? Or should I call you the coachman of the reverent king's estate Lu 7? Or should I call you trial taker Lu Yin? Lu Yin looked up. How did your highness know that I was once Lu Little 7? Ming Xiaoshu's eyes narrowed. I'm not stupid. Your appearance can change but your foundation remains the same. Besides, your appearance hasn't changed much so it's easy to guess. Lu Yin bowed. Thank you for not attacking me, your highness. Ming Xiaoshu snorted. If it weren't for the fact that you saved Yenner's life, I definitely wouldn't have let you off. At this point Ming Xiaoshu's eyes flashed with anger and he glared at Lu Yin. You've ruined Yenner's reputation. Lu Yin felt bitter. I'm sorry, your highness. I couldn't choose where I landed and I never thought that I would ruin the princess's life. There's no point in saying that now. How do you plan on taking responsibility? Ming Xiaoshu asked coldly. Lu Yin was shocked. I can take responsibility? Ming Xiaoshu looked at Lu Yin seriously and slowly sat down. What do you think Shenwu continent is? A cage. Lu Yin answered without hesitation. Ming Xiaoshu nodded but his eyes dimmed. That's right, a cage. On the surface, it might seem like Shenwu continent blocked the Dark Mist Weave's attack. But in reality the moment the continent was exposed, its fate was already decided. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Lu Yin looked at Ming Xiaoshu. Your highness is very thorough. The Dark Mist Weave is only one of the outerverse 72 weaves, and the innerverse has the most powerhouses. No matter how strong Shenwu continent is, it won't be able to stop the innerverse's great powers from interfering. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Ming Xiaoshu's eyes flashed. That's why I want to have a chat with the powerhouses who surpass the Hunter realm. I want to do my best to integrate Shenwu continent into the universe while protecting it. Lu Yin was puzzled. There has been no lack of disciples from great powers who have entered the continent over the past 1,000 years. Why don't you look for them, your highness? Do you like being with the people who decide your fate? Ming Xiaoshu asked. Lu Yin shrugged. There's nothing I can do if I don't have a choice. For example, right now your highness can decide my life or death. For Shenwu continent, the innerverse's great powers can decide your life or death. You don't have the right to choose. That's why I need to think of a way. Ming Xiaoshu stood up. You're the leader of Astral 10, and it's rumored that the Council of Astral Academy has a lot of authority. The goal of this trial is to join the Outerverse Youth Council, and I'm willing to help you improve your results so that you can gain a foothold in the Outerverse Youth Council. Combined with your status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy, you'll definitely have the right to speak. At the very least, you'll have the right to influence Dark Mist Weave. Lu Yin was shocked. Your highness has a very deep understanding of the universe. After all, many trial takers have been captured over the past 1,000 years, and not all of them are stubborn. For example, that disciple from the Blaze realm who fell into the manor with you has told you everything he could. He even revealed the secret of the Blaze realm's top inherited battle technique, the Karmic Flame Sword, Ming Xiaoshu explained. Lu Yin was speechless. This Eriker was too cowardly. If I can join the Outerverse Youth Council, combined with my status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy, I'll definitely have the right to speak. However, I won't be able to decide the future of Shenwu continent in such a short period of time, Lu Yin said. He didn't want to take everything on his own. Ming Xiaoshu was very smart and playing tricks with him would only result in a faster death. Qingming Festival 3rd update 2 p.m. Thank you for your support. Chapter 279. Ming Xiaoshu was very satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. Don't worry, nothing will happen to Shenwu continent in the short term. Even if someone stronger than a hunter makes a move, the 5 ceiling planets will be able to protect it for at least a year. It's very difficult for such a powerhouse to make a move, so I'm certain that nothing will happen to Shenwu continent for the next 10 years. You have 10 years to develop, and that should be enough time for you to gain a lot of authority. You're one of the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament and one of humanity's top geniuses. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why are you placing your hopes on me? Ming Xiaoshu narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Because of Yen-er. Lu Yin's heart trembled and his expression changed. Yen-er likes you, and I can tell that you like her as well. Otherwise, you wouldn't have exposed yourself for her, Ming Xiaoshu said. Lu Yin did not deny it. The difference between your statuses is too great. Only when Shenwu continent merges into the universe will everything return to normal. At that time you can be together. This is my promise, Ming Xiaoshu said solemnly. Lu Yin's fingers trembled and his heart burned with passion. Ming Xiaoshu's words had completely moved him. Emotions were the most difficult to control, but they were also the easiest to manipulate. Lu Yin was no exception. He could sense Ming Xiaoshu's ambition, but for Ming Yan's sake he was willing to do anything. If Shenwu continent merges into the universe, then it was indeed possible for him to be together with Ming Yan. When he thought about that girl, Lu Yin felt a throbbing sensation that could not be suppressed. Ming Xiaoshu's lips curled up. He had indeed chosen Lu Yin because of that. There was no bond stronger than emotions, and he was confident that his daughter would be able to bind this youth to her. However, he would not only choose Lu Yin, as there was no need to say that out loud. Shenwu continent needed change and he needed to save it. How do you plan on helping me improve my results, Your Highness? Lu Yin asked. Ming Xiaoshu glanced at Lu Yin's fingers. First, destroy that thing in your muscles. You don't want our conversation to be exposed, do you? Lu Yin nodded and his muscles vibrated to destroy the particle camera. I'll tell you where Ming Taizhong is buried, and that will be your stepping stone, Ming Xiaoshu said seriously. Lu Yin was shocked. Where Ming Taizhong is buried? You're willing to tell me? Ming Xiaoshu nodded. I can tell you, and you can also tell the outsiders. It doesn't matter. Even my brother has to be careful when he goes there. If you're not a martial god, which is what you call a hunter, then it's very difficult to survive. I'd like to hear the details, Lu Yin respectfully replied. Have you heard of the Tower of Resonating Light? Ming Xiaoshu slowly opened his mouth and said something that Lu Yin would never have expected. Tower of Resonating Light? Ming Xiaoshu smiled. You didn't expect that, did you? Lu Yin frowned. Your Highness, are you saying that Ming Taizhong died in the Tower of Resonating Light? Ming Xiaoshu nodded. How could that be? If Ming Taizhong died in the Tower of Resonating Light, then everyone in the capital should know about it. Ming Xiaoshu took out a map and calmly said, the Tower of Resonating Light that we saw was only the tip of the entire tower. The true body of the Tower of Resonating Light is hidden underground, and its surface area is even larger than the entire Radiant City. When Imperial Uncle Ming Taizhong was dying, he went underground and buried himself in the Tower of Resonating Light. Very few people know about this secret. Lu Yin looked at the map in disbelief. A tower that was even larger than the capital? Was this the true Tower of Resonating Light? Wait, Han Chong and the others had been planning to attack the Tower of Resonating Light, thinking that it was one of the nodes of the 5 ceiling planets. I once heard a rumor that the Tower of Resonating Light is one of the nodes of the 5 ceiling planets. Lu Yin probed Ming Xiaoshu. Ming Xiaoshu laughed. This rumor was spread by Ming Hao so that he could capture all the trial takers in one fell swoop. For example, during this birthday celebration, don't think that he doesn't know that the trial takers are planning to attack the Tower of Resonating Light. Although that place isn't one of the nodes of the 5 ceiling planets, it is where his imperial uncle died. Even a hunter would find it difficult to survive if they entered, let alone you. Of course, you won't be able to enter as well, but it should be enough to trap you juniors. Lu Yin fell silent. Was this all part of Ming Hao's plan? Ming Xiaoshu looked at Lu Yin and said, actually, this is an open secret, and it's also the fairest competition between the outsiders and our Shenwu continent. During the birthday celebration, the outsiders will attack the 5 ceiling planets with all their might, and all the experts above the Martial Emperor realm will be gathered there. This continent will be a battlefield for those below the Martial Emperor realm, and the largest battlefield will be the Tower of Resonating Light. Crown Prince Ming Hao won't interfere? Lu Yin asked. Ming Xiaoxu smiled. The sword sex Long Yun was also on the Shenwu continent, and both sides have their own trump cards. It's just a battle, so he won't interfere. However, I'm certain that any trial takers who attack the Tower of Resonating Light are finished. Not long after Lu Yin left the study, he muttered to himself for a moment before looking in another direction. Ming Xiaoxu's voice rang out. Yin'er is awake. Lu Yin thought for a moment, took a deep breath and walked in that direction. The door to the study opened and Ming Xiaoxu smiled as he watched Lu Yin's back. Emotions were the strongest poison to control this person, and there was no antidote. As long as Yena was around, no matter how talented this kid was, he would serve Ming Xiaoxu in the future. Within Ming Yan's room, a maid was nervously attending to her, holding a cup. Does your head still hurt, princess? Ming Yan frowned and rubbed her forehead with both hands. Her head was in pain and she could not remember what had happened. All she knew was that when she had fainted, she had seen Lu Yin turn around and shield her. Right, Lu Yin, is he all right? Ming Yan hurriedly stood up and almost fell. The maid was about to support her when a figure appeared in front of her and hugged her. A familiar fragrance wafted into Lu Yin's nose as he hugged the beauty in his arms. At this moment, the world was within his grasp. Who are you? Let go of the princess. The maid was shocked and she grabbed Lu Yin tightly, trying to push him away. Ming Yan stared blankly at the man who was hugging her. That familiar appearance and that familiar scent. Lu Yin casually knocked the maid unconscious and hugged Ming Yan tightly. Does your head still hurt? Ming Yan looked at him for a while before suddenly remembering something. She pushed him away forcefully. It has nothing to do with you. She then sat back down on the bed and turned her head inward, refusing to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled bitterly as he knew that she had recalled the scene from before. He sat down on the bed. I'm sorry. Ming Yan's eyes reddened, but she did not speak. Our identities are too different. We come from different regions, different cultures, and even have a 1,000-year-old blood feud between us. I don't want to hurt you, Lu Yin said bitterly. Ming Yan turned around and pursed her lips. I know. Lu Yin raised a hand and stroked Ming Yan's hair. But I won't give up on you. Ming Yan's eyes lit up and she looked at Lu Yin nervously. The anticipation in her eyes almost melted him, and he could not describe how he felt at that moment. He was being relied on, trusted, and looked forward to. From this moment on, this woman belonged to him, and there was one more person in his life. Lu Yin hugged Ming Yan tightly. I won't give up, I swear. Ming Yan smiled gently. Thank you. Suddenly Ming Yan exclaimed, Hurry up and leave. My father will discover you. You mean my future father-in-law? Lu Yin teased. Ming Yan was embarrassed. What future father-in-law? Don't joke around. Hurry up and leave, my father will really discover you. Lu Yin smoothed her hair. Don't worry, he's the one who allowed me to see you. Ming Yan was shocked. How is that possible? My father hates foreigners. I have my ways. My future father-in-law is a man of great talent and foresight. You should understand your father, Lu Yin said gently. Ming Yan pondered for a moment before nodding. She seemed to have thought of something, but her brows furrowed unnaturally. She looked at Lu Yin worriedly. Did my father give you any conditions? Lu Yin hugged Ming Yan. Don't think too much. You are you and your father is your father. I've already said that I won't give up on you. If your father goes back on his word one day, I'll snatch you away even if it means stealing. Ming Yan's lips curled up into a blissful smile. She had never been this happy in her entire life. No, this was bliss. At this moment her face was rosy and her beauty was indescribable. Lu Yin stared at her in a daze and subconsciously lowered his head. Their lips touched and a moment of softness intoxicated both of them. A sudden clap of thunder shook the two awake. Ming Yan hurriedly pushed Lu Yin away and bashfully turned her back to him. How dare you? Lu Yin looked outside and knew that Ming Xiaoxu was warning him. He looked at Ming Yan's back reluctantly and then plucked a lock of his hair. Give me a lock of your hair. Ming Yan's body trembled and she cut off a lock of her black hair without hesitation and handed it to Lu Yin. She didn't turn around and Lu Yin didn't force her either. He placed his own lock of hair in her hands and solemnly accepted it. Remember, I won't give up on you. Never. Ming Yan gripped Lu Yin's hair tightly and smiled happily, but tears welled up in her eyes. She was smart, very smart, and knew how difficult it would be for the two of them to be together. However, she wouldn't give up on this sliver of hope. He wouldn't give up and she wouldn't give up either, even if it meant forever. Lu Yin walked out of Ming Yan's room and looked up. How high and how wide the sky was. He stretched out his hand and one day he would be able to grasp it with one hand. The battle in Mingdu ended quickly. Lu Yin's exchange with Zhanlong Day-Night had been the most shocking, but it hadn't caused much damage to Mingdu compared to the others. Zhanlong Day-Night had managed to escape, but a large number of people that the Day-Night clan had placed in Mingdu had been captured and killed. These people weren't important to Zhanlong Day-Night, as the Day-Night clan had too many scapegoats. "Brother Zhanlong, you didn't succeed?" A Day-Night girl in a room was shocked and in disbelief. The other members of the Day-Night clan were shocked as well. This operation had been almost guaranteed to succeed, and they had even sacrificed almost half of their scapegoats. Who would have thought that they would still fail? Compared to the others' shock and confusion, Zhanlong Day-Night was very excited. He clenched his fists and couldn't suppress his excitement. "It's him. I didn't expect to run into him so quickly. No wonder he defeated Yanqing. That palm was powerful." "Brother Zhanlong, who are you talking about?" someone asked. Zhanlong Day-Night chuckled and glanced at the people around him. "Lu Yin," a few people exclaimed. "Brother Zhanlong, you ran into Lu Yin?" Zhanlong Day-Night clenched his fists and made a sound. "Qingming Festival. Third update at 2 p.m. Thank you for your support. Thank you." Chapter 280. What do you think? Is that person very strong? Someone asked. Zhanlong Day-Night's eyes darkened and his expression turned solemn. Very, very strong. Even though we only exchanged a single blow, his strength is at the peak of the Lamita realm. It's normal for Yanqing to not be his match. Even my Day-Night restoration technique was almost broken. The surrounding Day-Night clan members' expressions changed. Brother Zhanlong's Day-Night restoration technique is invincible. It can't be broken. Zhanlong Day-Night disdainfully replied, "There's no such thing as an invincible technique. This Lu Yin almost destroyed my restoration technique with a single blow, and he's much stronger than Yanqing. If I hadn't been imprisoned in the ancestral grounds and improved my strength, I wouldn't have been able to fight him. Right now it's still unknown who will win." Zhanlong Day-Night's words shocked everyone. He could be considered the strongest Lamiter in the Day-Night clan, but for him to say such a thing showed just how strong Lu Yin was. It was no wonder why he could defeat the Sword Sex Lu Xiaoqiu and Night Queen Yanqing and become one of the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament. This person was terrifying. Those old fogies have good eyesight this time. Aside from me, no other Lamiter in the Day-Night clan is Lu Yin's match. It looks like we'll have some fun this time. Zhanlong Day-Night was excited and he really wanted to fight Lu Yin. That palm strike had been too strange and no one had ever given him such a feeling before. It had almost broken his Day-Night restoration technique, and it had never been mentioned in the Day-Night clan's historical records. The matter of Lu Yin blocking Zhanlong Day-Night's attack was suppressed by Ming Zhaoshu, who stood guard at the entrance as usual. 7 days passed. These 7 days were very calm, so calm that it was strange. Everyone seemed to be preparing for something. What disappointed Lu Yin was that he did not see Ming Yan again. She had probably been grounded and she could not even walk through the entrance. Lu Yin was both disappointed and relieved. He really wanted to see Ming Yan, but he was also afraid of exposing himself in front of Li Zimo. Ming Zhaoshu had done the right thing. On the 8th day, Lu Yin and the rest were summoned back. The entire Ming vanguard left the Reverend King's residence, including Li Zimo. After leaving the residence, Lu Yin and the rest were ordered to put on blindfolds and other items that cut off their 5 senses. They were then brought to a cold, dark place. Li Zimo was the same. "You've been brought to the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light," the monkey said. Lu Yin took off his blindfold. His surroundings were pitch black, but he could vaguely make out quite a few people. Li Zimo wasn't too far away from him, and this was the underground of the Tower of Resonating Light. This meant that these people were here to ambush Han Chong and the others. Both sides had a tacit understanding that the battle on the day of the celebration would be a battle of strength. From Han Chang's point of view, as long as they could defeat the Tower of Resonating Light and destroy the 5 sealing nodes, the experts from the outer realm would be able to swarm in and occupy Shenwu continent. To Crown Prince Ming Hao, this place would be a prison for the majority of the trial takers. Everyone move out upon hearing the order. Everyone rest here, Ming Zhaoqin's voice rang out. There were 13 levels to the Tower of Resonating Light. 5 of them were exposed above ground, which was the Tower of Resonating Light that everyone could see. The 8th level was hidden underground and the lower one went the wider the area. The 13th level was almost the size of the capital, and Ming Taijun had been buried on the 13th level. Lu Yin looked at the ground beneath his feet. An almighty powerhouse was buried some distance away from him, and there should be precious techniques, insights and secret treasures there. It was a pity that he couldn't touch them. Ming Zhaoshu had said that even a hunter would find it difficult to survive in Ming Taijun's grave, and that should be the 13th level. Lu Yin's current location should be the 7th level. Crown Prince Ming Hao had revealed that the 5 sealing nodes were located at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. Han Chong and the others only knew that it was on the 6th level, so the only way to ambush them would be on the 7th level. Of course, it was also possible that they had guessed that there was more than one level underground. Crown Prince Ming Hao was so confident that he could capture all of his attackers. Lu Yin was curious and he looked around. The 7th level was very wide, and because it was hidden underground it was very dark. Not a single ray of sunlight could be seen, and aside from the hard stone floor beneath his feet, he couldn't see anything else. However, his martial power was abundant and it was almost boiling. It was enough to allow the Ming vanguard to remain in peak condition. Strange, this place is very strange, the monkey said. Lu Yin couldn't speak and he could only listen to the monkey muttering to himself. Aside from the abundant martial power, there's also a mixture of other energies and they're all very large. This feels very similar to, how should I put it? Source boxes. Right, source boxes. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly recalled the 2 strange beast sculptures at the entrance of the Ming constables. Those were source boxes. There's no mistaking it. We're surrounded by source boxes. The monkey exclaimed. What do you mean? Lu Yin used his martial power to seal off their surroundings. The monkey muttered, it's not easy to explain. Let's put it this way. Think of the entire Tower of Resonating Light as a giant source box, and we're currently trapped inside. Lu Yin was astonished. How is that possible? Source boxes can be used like that? Of course they can. Let me tell you something. You humans aren't the only ones with lock breakers. Our astral beast domain has lock breakers as well, and they can unlock treasures that have been sealed by the universe. Your great marquis is a lock breaker, the monkey said proudly. You're a lock breaker? Lu Yin was truly shocked. A monkey was a lock breaker? What a joke. The monkey sternly replied, I'll warn you one more time, don't underestimate astral beasts ever. Ever since the birth of the universe, astral beasts have existed for far longer than you humans. I've also said before that humans are actually a type of astral beast. In the eyes of astral beasts, humans are just a branch and that's all. Anything that humans can do, astral beasts can do as well, and lock breaking is no exception. In fact, there are many astral beasts with extraordinary innate gifts that far surpass humans when it comes to lock breaking. How can you lock break? Lu Yin was puzzled. The monkey was displeased. What are you talking about? Your Grandpa Marquis control of star energy is extremely strong, and I'm just short of comprehending a domain. But that doesn't matter. Your Grandpa Marquis was born with 2 different colors, and I can clearly see changes in star energy that ordinary people cannot. Let me tell you something. According to your human classification of lock breakers, your Grandpa Marquis is considered a 5-star discerning elementary lock breaker. Lu Yin rolled his eyes as he definitely did not believe the monkey. However, the monkey's eyes were very sharp, and Lu Yin knew that no disguise would be able to fool it. It was possible that the monkey could lock break. So what you're saying is that we're all trapped in the giant Tower of Resonating Light? Lu Yin asked. Of course the Tower of Resonating Light isn't a source box, but there are source boxes around us that have formed a strange environment that's covered in energy. This environment might undergo a qualitative change and completely seal off the ground. It's really similar to the solid energy on the surface of a source box, the monkey explained. Lu Yin finally understood. It seemed that Ming Hao was planning to use this method to trap everyone, but where had he gotten so many source boxes? Was the Xinwu continent rich in source boxes? If we're really trapped in a source box, will we be able to escape? With lock-breaking techniques? Lu Yin asked. The monkey replied, I'm not sure. That depends on the strength. Lu Yin's eyes flickered and he closed them as he waited for the celebration to arrive. 3 days later, there was a huge explosion in the sky as fireworks bloomed in the sky above the capital. At the same time, all of the cities in the Xinwu Empire lit up with fireworks. The celebration had finally arrived. The Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu was dressed in splendid attire as he led Ming Yan to the palace. Officials from all over the country converged like a river, and countless experts stood guard while the army sealed off the city gates. The entire country was celebrating on this day, but only the upper echelons knew that this was also the day of the final battle with the outsiders. Lu Yin stayed in the dark underground, unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Everyone was waiting for a possible battle to break out. After an unknown amount of time, the ground trembled and a ray of light shot into the ground, followed by a violent sonic boom. Li Zimo unsheathed his sword and his body flashed as he walked out of the ground, his blood spreading across the surface. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked up. The top floor had cracked open and dust was falling down. All of the Ming vanguards stood up and rushed out of the 7th floor. At the same time, the capital's palace was celebrating. Ming Zhaotan did not appear, and Crown Prince Ming Hao was overseeing the celebration. Ming Zhaoshu would occasionally look into the distance in the direction of the Tower of Resonating Light. Ming Yan sat behind Ming Zhaoshu with a worried expression. Not too far away, Bei Qing looked at Ming Yan with a burning gaze, but he was interrupted by a middle-aged man beside him. This person was the Empire's Minister of War, Bei Hong. On the other side, Finance Minister Ming Zhaokai was beaming from ear to ear. Behind him, Grandine Mavis, who had changed her name to Alan, stared at the woman sitting behind Crown Prince Ming Hao. She had never expected that Starsabil would actually sit there. This was too brazen and too ruthless. Suddenly, a crack extended high up in the sky as if the sky had been split open. A boundless and terrifying aura poured down. Ming Hao's eyes flashed coldly. The 4 peaks surrounding the capital shone brightly as they simultaneously acted to block the shockwaves. They then rushed into the void, joining the battle. These 4 were not the only ones. Many figures within the capital also rushed into the sky, rushing towards the 5 sealing planets to fight the outsiders. Powerhouses from all over the Xinwu continent headed towards the 5 sealing planets. From the perspective of many, this was a tragic scene. Regardless of whether they had once been friends or foes, they were all fighting to the death for their hometowns. After today, who knew how many would be buried in space forever? Within the Tower of Resonating Light, dozens of trial takers rushed in with a simple goal: destroy the node at the base of the tower. As long as they could destroy the node, the Dark Mistweave's powerhouses would invade, and the Xinwu continent would be finished. In a corner, Yu Xianzi frowned. This shouldn't be happening. Even if the Dark Mistweave was putting a lot of pressure on the Xinwu continent, it was impossible for there not to be any explorers left behind. This was the node of the 5 sealing planets, which was the most important location. They had already thought of a countermeasure before the attack, and they had even made preparations to face off against cruisers. So why wasn't there even a single explorer? Yu Xianzi wasn't the only one who had thought of this. Han Chong and the other hidden Day-Night clan experts had also thought of this possibility. However, they had already arrived and there was no turning back. Lu Yin stopped one of the trial takers, but he did not end the battle so easily. Instead, he dragged the trial taker along to observe the battlefield. The trial taker was bewildered. He had clearly used all of his strength, but he was still unable to finish off the person in front of him. Furthermore, this bastard's eyes kept darting around, and it was obvious that he did not take the trial taker seriously. Die, you bastard! Lu Yin took a few steps back and frowned at the inexplicably angry man in front of him. What's wrong? 3rd update. Thank you for your support. Thank you. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.